On meillä Kurasuola remmi melkonen, vastustajan täytyy ottaa henkonen, kun joutuu katselemaan meidän mahtia. Ne on kuin pelais ilman maalivahtia, minkäs ne sille mahtaa, kun joutuu meitä jahtaa. Kiekon lauon verkon perään, pojat siinä itseään kerää. Kurpa, kurpa, Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurpa, kurpa, Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. On meillä Kurasuolla tiimi rautanen, vastustaja on ku heikko lautanen. Kun me pannaan täysillä ranttaliks, niin nehän menee siitä ihan säpäleiks. Ei ne voi sille mitään, me vaan tehdään niin kuin pitää. Kun kiekko menee häkkiin, pojat kalpenee melko äkkiin. Kurpa, kurpa, Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurpa, kurpa, Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. Kurpa, kurpa, Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurpa, kurpa, Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin.
All right, part two. We're part two of attempt number 4. We're collecting parts again. It's great. Super happy to be here. Like I already did this 3 times prior, but it's fine. Let's get going. How are you guys doing? Doing all right? Everybody doing okay? Doing well? Swimmingly? Good? Bad? All right. Let's go. You're doing fabulous. All right. Doing well. Hey, well, that's a pretty good day. Sweet. Let's get going. We got parts to grind out. Let me balance out the audio here. Okay, music test. All right, not overdriven. Continue. What's up, Lycan? How are you? All right. What were we doing? Okay, it's late, I think. Yep. Okay. All right. I think we had more car parts that we just brought from the shop, but we don't really have any jobs right now, so we do have cash, though. Yeah, it seems a little late. Yeah, that's right. Stuart, what's going on? I'm getting a Canon A1 35mm film camera today. We can thank S-Master for sparking that hobby. Oh, neat. Nice. Gotta drink the milk or else it goes bad. Alright. Go in here. We get ready for bed. Okay, so we have 2 more sets of car parts. We'll bring them back to the house. And hopefully we get a job in time. Oh, it's a door.
Vittujen vittu! Voi saatana!
Jumalauta! Mitä helvetti? Okay. Just waiting on a phone call. I'm wondering if I've looked through the Marchetti. I don't think so. You know what? Let's walk over to PSK and we'll buy one. It's a little dark. Maybe we'll take the truck. Or the tractor. Alright. Interior light. Turn those rears on. There we go. Set the hand throttle. Parking brake down, lights on. Let's roll. Ah, shoot. Here we go again. Turn on the beacon. We'll check the mail real quick. We did get a lot of parts yesterday. We still got a little ways to go, but I'm gonna try to maximize the amount of parts that we can get here. Buy another Marchetti. We'll bring it back to the house. Yeah, we got a pretty good haul. I want to keep that pace up, Rarest. I'm gonna try to build this thing fast. I have a good feel on how to get it done quick, so... Part box maxing, that's right! A little cold. A little cold. I have coveralls on, we're good. Sucks. Steering clear of the pig helps, absolutely. Warthog, you got an A on your physics test. Good. Very nice. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good Hellfish. Why wasn't it an A+? Hey, an A is pretty good on a physics test, man. Yeah, this is the part where you ring me up. Yeah. Thank you. You don't have the plus or minus thing in Sweden. It's just A, B, C, D. Oh. Oh, well, that's good. Yeah, I'm from Sweden. Nice. Good job, dude. I think we have enough time. Oh. No, let's, Hey, Chuck. How's the Blocko today? Oh, extraterrestre Blocko. Yeah, it's late. We should, go to the apartment. Sleep there, I think. Come on around. There we go. I just won't drive it. It's fine. Maybe we'll put it in a ditch or something. Who knows? Oh. I already bought a ton of stuff from this. Huh. Cool. Alright, let's go to sleep. Maybe there will be more packages here in the morning. Yeah, methane, there's a lot of cool lore and stuff, man. Aye. Okay. Nope. Time did we wake up? 6 in the morning. Those guys are still partying in there. Alright, let's freaking go.
saatana? Mitä helvettiä? Jumalauta! Mitä helvettiä? Saatana!
Hey, Beats, what's up, man? We will keep Wumbo maxing until morale improves.
Jumalauta! Oi saatana! Vittujen vittu! Oi vittu! Ei saatana! Jumalauta! Saatana! Oi vittujen perkele! Oi vittujen kevää! Oi saatana!
Swearing profusely to get stress down.
Oi saatana! Oi vittujen kevää! Jumalauta! Oi vittujen kevää! Perkele! Saatana! Ei saatana!
Killer. Nothing. We're always in that little lull period where, like, I've noticed this with every one of the starting attempts that we've done. There's always, like, in the first week, you don't really get many jobs. You guys hear that? I left the radio on in the tractor. All right, let's get out to the house. You were safe skipping to get more jobs? Good idea. Still recovering from the wet rest. Full cryo test last night for Booster 19. Good vibes. Yeah, baby. Constant's driving around, see the lights. Yep. All right. We gotta be off the rally track because it's Sunday. We gotta get up here and get out of Dodge quick, or we'll go head on into a rally car. Mita! Still funny. Will you be covering Crew 12 next Wednesday? I should be, yeah. It's a You just bought a beater car, keeping the miles off the truck. 2010 Toyota Corolla for $1,000. There you go, man. Good. Same with me, Flagon. Yeah. Dude, we have a humidifier going full blast in the bedroom. I still feel like I woke up like inhaling sand. I'm like, How many miles, Jim? I don't think it matters how many miles you got for $1,000. Just saying. You know, like, the tail panel for the Coronet should be coming in tomorrow, guys. I bought it and yeah, it should be shipped out. So we should be able to start setting that up. It'd be pretty cool. Just interested in what 1K gets you, but for real. Yeah. Next thing I gotta do is buy the rocker patches, but I have enough money to do that, so that's good. You have to pick it up at PSK in a poorly taped box? No. Jim, it's 2026. It gets delivered to my door in a poorly taped box. Come on, man. Dude, the sun's shining. The sun is shining on the barn, on my not the barn, my shop, right? And I can like hear the snow moving down the roof. Like I thought I heard something. I'm like, what is behind me? It's just the snow moving around on the roof. Jim, we haven't, I don't know about you down there, dude. I haven't had a day above freezing in... Dude, I don't even remember. We haven't had a day above freezing since like New Year's or something. The snow, we had 2 feet of snow, and most of it, you know, melts in the sun. Dude, there's still a foot of snow on the ground. It was like 2 weeks ago, that big storm. The trees overhanging the garage are fine, dude. Yeah. They're big old oak trees. It's good. Good news, it's weirdly warm in Canada. Bad news, you're still sick. Ouch. Good news, it means you're here to watch. Alright, there you go. Like a day, dude, if we had one day that was above freezing, or like 1 to 2 days that were above freezing, we'd be fine. But it's, yeah, I think, what's the temperature right now? Hold on, let me take a look. -2, -2°C. So we're 30 degrees. That's not bad. That's fine. That should be enough to melt a good amount of snow. Yeah, he is selfish, King. I know. It's weird. Yeah, Gil, right? Nuts. Alright. Yeah! Alright, we only have 2 boxes now, but I got 5 more coming in the mail. Alright, let's open up these boxes and see what we got. Transmission. Alright, what do we got? 4-speed. Okay. Got a valve cover. Starter, fan. That I just threw below the ground. We're going to have to go pick that up in the junkyard. Got another fender. Alright. Yeah, it's just I was giving it to the Kraken. I'll put spare fenders out here. There's a fender. This 4-speed will be useful. Let's yeah. Put this in our future transmission collection here. There we go. Yes, of course. Got a valve cover. I'm not sure if you can paint the valve cover. Let's see. Yes. No. It won't let you paint it. You're gonna have a freaking blue engine block with a red valve cover. That's ridiculous. Where the engine? Well, that's all the parts that I got. We got a nice shiny piston. Yeah, it looks okay. Red, white, and blue, yeah. Where was I putting spare engine parts? I'm gonna buy a new piston, so I'll put, yeah, we have spare engine parts over here. Did you paint the cylinder walls? I did not have a choice, and yes, and I hate it. Yep. You got a starter motor. It's break-in pigment. Yeah. It'll. What happened to the last run? What do you think, Theodore? Think I restarted for my health? Because I definitely didn't do that. Oh, another GT fender. Hey, front upper. Nice. Cool. We need one of those. I do my feeling. We got a GT fender. All right. Not my health, my character's health. I mean, how did you die? I missed it. Sorry for your loss. That's what I was looking to hear. Theodore, as much as I want to say I did this awesome stunt and we rallied the car and car flew into the air and we Dukes of Hazzarded it, like, no, that's not what happened. I was driving the Talbot. Down this road right here, and I caught a rut and hit that tree down there. Just, yeah. I was driving a little bit on the fast side, so it's kind of my fault, but I was Most displeased with your apparent lack of progress. We shall double our efforts. I hope so, Commander, for your sake. I wish we could chop trees down. That would be preferable. Skidmark wasn't running, and I'm not sure why. I think it was just because it was too cold, so I started warming up the garage. And it would have been running again, but dude, the test run that we did with it last week, oh man, it was fast. Even with the 5-speed. We had the 5-speed with a 370 or 389 rear end positive traction. It was beast, man. Real fast. I hate these facelifted bumpers. They look terrible. I knew my feeling, got a funky letter. Oh, dude, I didn't get it working properly on the dyno, but I did do a test out on the lake before we died. Oh, man, I got up to 100 miles an hour, 160 kph in like 4th gear, which, if anything, dude, like, I want to get like the 410s or something. The 411 rear gear. Hang on. There we go. Sorry, had a wedgie. But yeah, it was pretty rad. So we're making Skidmark 2 here. And this time I'll try to color match the interior and stuff. The reading that I did get on the dyno was over 130 horse. Well, actually, it said 130 on the dyno. The dynamometer, which is pretty sick. Hey, repost. Why do starters always have that weird cup on the side of the smaller gear? This... there's a pilot bearing in there when the Bendix gear moves forward. When the Bendix moves forward, it'll pick up on the bearing here, and that's to make sure that the starter motor Bendix drive doesn't bend. It's to prevent deflection. I have 3 standard camshafts, yeah. I could get one of my starters. Hold on. I have an extra. It's a Ford starter, so it looks a little bit different than that. Because it's for a small block Ford and not a 2000cc. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No, no. Phone. Ah! Don't be a prank call. Don't be a prank call. Don't be a prank call. Yes! Of course I will suck your sewage well. Give me 1 sec. When I cleaned up the shop, dude, I don't have a starter on me. Yeah, well, it's up on the shelf and I don't feel like getting it. I did have a starter. I do have them, but they're up high on the shelves in the garage and I don't feel like getting a ladder. All right. What kind of camshafts are there? There's 4. Yeah, pretty much, Flykin. Yeah, it's just to make sure the Bendix drive doesn't deflect when it interfaces with the flex plate or flywheel. How many crates do we have on the way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, well, let's head back into town, I suppose. I should take the Talbot. I don't want to take the Talbot, but we should take the Talbot. Will there be a space news today? Yeah. Yes, there will. We'll do space news around 5 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah. And then I don't know what we'll do after that. I haven't figured it out yet. Alright, we take the tractor. I just know that we're gonna get a wood chipping job. We're gonna get a wood chip job the second I get this thing up to the apartment to get the food truck. I know that's gonna happen. Chris, what are you saying? I make this look easy, to be honest? Dude, I have a lot of hours. You gotta be conservative when you play this game. Like, you gotta be... Okay. I'll let you in on my secret, why I don't die very often. Yesterday and the day before notwithstanding. You gotta be careful. Just be careful with summer car. And winter car. Just be careful. Play conservatively. Like, I was just thinking about taking the Talbot. No, the tractor is better. And actually, what sold me on taking the tractor is that ag diesel, the MPO, is so much cheaper than gasoline. You're wasting... Like, you can use this as transport. Yeah, it's a little bit slower, but it is so... It won't go fast enough to kill you, right? The tractor doesn't go very quick. It doesn't take that long going to and from with this thing. It's decently good on gas for what it is, and gas is cheap for it anyway, so whatever. Yeah, and it doesn't get stuck, exactly. The tractor is freaking my daily. Is gonna be the daily with this, man. Yeah, and that's the kind of stuff you gotta think about. You just play conservative. You know, I said don't carry packages around in an enclosed environment because it can kill you, right? We have abided by that rule, and we didn't die for weeks in game. Oh, really, Rose? Yeah. Yeah, go. Are you ready for this weekend? Is the Super Bowl? Yeah. I'm ready, dude. I'm kind of... Yeah, I'm good. It's going to be a fun game. I think it's... Oh, crap, it's Sunday. We... Gotta be careful. The rally car just went by. We're going to have to take the back roads there. I thought there'd be ice racing today, which is why God, you got me thinking about like fuel production and stuff now, and now I'm like, I want to play Workers. You had to engineer that stuff in Workers. Actually, dudes, I shouldn't say this on stream. I've been, I shouldn't say it on stream. I shouldn't. A couple of buddies of mine, convinced me to try Factorio 2 weeks ago. And I've been playing it off screen from time to time. I only do it on the weekends, but it's not good. It's not good. It's not good, dudes. It's not good. I'm thinking I want to... I can't, dude. I know exactly what we're getting into, but that Space Age stuff looked pretty cool. Sorry to hear that, brother. Oh, yeah, Louis. Dude, I'm kind of boned, man. I saw it, and I'm like, oh, this is good. I don't remember this game being this freaking good. Just create a schedule and stick to it. I think we'll be alright, yeah. You're short on iron. Brother, don't say that to me. Yeah, I saw Space Age and how it kind of all comes together. I joined up on some of my buddies' save. Like, you guys don't know them. Don't worry about that. It's some of my buddies that aren't on the stream. Oh, no. Dude, we went to like another planet and we were killing like space worms and stuff. It was not good. Yeah, Volcanus is what it's called. All systems, dude. It was it looked fun, dude. Like I was participating, but man, just gotta make sure no rally car comes blazing around that corner here. Yeah, it did look like fun, dude. I wonder if that combine works. It worked in Summer Car, but you kind of had to quote-unquote unlock it. So yeah, I don't know, man. I'm thinking that might be fun to go play again. And here's what I'll do. If anybody's a dick, I just ignore them. Because people are going to be jerks again, just like they were before, but whatever, man. People in your chat are way too backseated for that game. Wasteland, the last time I played Factorio on stream, it wasn't my chat that I was worried, that bothered me. People were coming in because I was in the Factorio directory and said, you have no idea what you're doing, you don't deserve this amount of viewers because you're teaching people how to play the game wrong. And I was like, yeah, I don't want to play this game. But see, that was 27-year-old EJ that was kind of a little self-conscious about that stuff. 37-year-old EJ doesn't care. Yeah, someone's gonna come in here and say that, and you know what I'm gonna say? Kiss my ass. Yeah. Actually, you know what those people really don't like? When you ignore them. So I'm going to ignore them. That's my plan of attack. Hey, Pyro! Gifted 5, thanks, man. No, you guys don't understand. I played 3 hours of Black Ops 7 and only made $20. You don't understand. Sorry. Somebody linked me that video. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it, dude. Goltech, somebody linked me that this morning and I was like, wait, what? Bro. You'll be fine. Factorio is small now on Twitch, and most of the yobs have moved on. Sounds good, dude. 20 more than I made playing it. Dude, there was this guy, and I still don't know if Coltech, here's the thing. I'm fairly confident that guy is in for he's doing a bit. I'm pretty damn sure. Nobody does that. Nobody that knows anything about streaming is going to be like, well, I haven't made money. People do that nowadays because they know it'll go viral and they know they'll get more viewers. Trust me on this one, dude. I've been in the game for a long time. That's why you're doing that. Nobody's generally that entitled unless it's a bit. Yeah, Stein, that's somebody linked me that video. Like, nobody does that unless it's a bit. I'm telling you, dude. No, it ain't like that. It's a bit. Don't listen to it. And I shouldn't have even said anything, but also, it's pretty damn funny. Trust me, man. I've been in this business for a long time. All I'm gonna say, Coltech, is that I played Battlefield 6 for weeks on stream when it came out. I didn't make any extra dough. If anything, I lost money. I did it for the love of the game, son. Did it for the love of the game, son. He's rage baiting, Fox. Exactly. That's what that's called. That's what people call that nowadays. It used to be flaming, but whatever. That was another old internet terminology, flaming, which means you're making it worse. I heard the word bit, and this is what happened. Flame wars, man. Yeah, if you know, you know. Oh, hey, man. You got a yob. Please don't be a prank call. Oh, it's just a repeat call from that dude. Yeah. Hey, Papines, what's up, dude? So yeah, guys, don't fall for that crap. It's rage bait. And then I saw people. Somebody linked me the Asmon video, and Asmon kind of fell for it. I'm telling you. And now that dude has Asmon following him. I'm telling you, dude, there's a hustle to this. I don't do it. I don't participate in that nonsense. What you hear from me is real. I won't rage bait you. Except if I'm pissed off about something like space. That's real. I don't rage bait. I just rage. All right? I do it for the love of the game, man. He already had a combo with Asmund. That's how he got a big boost. That's what I'm saying, Light. That's what I'm saying. It's a hustle. Careful. I've been in this business 15 frigging years, dude. I've seen the bit. I've seen people do this. Pee on this lamp post. VF6 streams were a blast. Maybe we'll play some Battlefield tonight, dude. Maybe we'll play. There's new maps and stuff. Yeah, exactly, Sty. Yeah. So, just keep that in mind. With that being said, he sold the bit pretty well. It was pretty funny. Hey, Binary, what's up? Franker Z, oh, Force. Is that a Franker Z emote? Oh, Franker Z. That's old school Twitch, man. I love it. We're from that time period, dude. So, Pepines, Asmund did a reaction to this dude who was like, I played Black Ops 7 for like 3 hours and I only made $20. That's, it's not worth my time, right? And he's like, this is ridiculous. People can't be like this. You're entitled, blah, blah, blah. Dude, it's a bit. It's a freaking bit. That's what it is. Gray face, no space, Hazhack. That's right. But yeah, now this guy's going viral for complaining that he didn't make enough money from streaming. Don't forget we're doing the Rolex on Friday. So? Yeah, Timbite, exactly. So yeah, the reason, Coltec, the reason why I brought it up as a joke is because I wanted to say that it's a bit. Don't fall for it. Nobody's that stupid. Trust me. People, if you've worked in this business, nobody's that stupid. There's always a play. Streamers are like Ferengi, dude. There's always a play. There's always an angle to it. They're like Ferengi. Rule of acquisition. They treat women poorly? I mean, some of them do. I mean, yeah. Maybe that wasn't the best analogy, Zero, but I'll commit to the bit. No. Maybe that wasn't the best way to describe that, but yeah, dude, rules of acquisition, man. This is a cutthroat business, dudes. It's a cutthroat business. Don't forget that. Remember that when you see something in the streaming world and you're like, wow, that person's an idiot. No, they're doing it for a reason. I don't do that crap for what it's worth, guys. I earn my subs, and that's where that ends. I don't want to read any more into it, because if I start min-maxing the stream, please promptly leave. If I start min-maxing the stream, that means I'm no longer interested. So, just keep that in mind. Thank you for all the bits, by the way. So there's a reason you keep dying in Winter Car? No. Arguably, me dying in Winter Car... Okay, you really want to hear this, Nova, from a business perspective? Arguably, me dying in Winter Car lost me viewers because people don't want to see me do the same goddamn thing again. They want to see the car in the rally. That's how you get views. If you really want to know. That's why I was so bummed, dude. Because I knew that one was my fault. It wasn't some glitch. That was me being just straight up being an idiot. And if we're going to reduce it to its base element, I lost money because of that. Now, a lot of you guys are still around. I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. You guys are awesome. But yeah, you can't tell me we'd be getting the same amount of viewers if I wasn't in that car right there doing the rally with Skidmark. Right? You're riding the train into the ravine. Into Clayton Ravine, baby. But yeah. So, I don't... Believe me, every single death in this game is absolutely real. I'm not faking none of that crap. I don't want to die in this damn game. Okay, we're good. Yo, Neon, what's good? How you doing? Okay, back to work? Alright, cool. Hi, bye. You gotta go... Neon's gotta go back to astronomically forging a path
Discovery,
into
go
the
at throttle
future
up.
for resources. What's up, dude? Yo. Neon, what are you doing? What are you doing Friday at 5? What are you doing Friday at 5 Eastern? Don't say working. Don't say working. Don't say working, dog. Don't do it. Don't do it to me. Are you gonna do Space News today? Yeah. Yeah, we're doing Space News today, dude. Let the record show he didn't answer me. Yeah, Neon's Jack, guys. I don't know if you guys knew that. He is Mr. Yag. He was on Combustion Byproducts last week with us. What's your favorite cologne? Murray, I have Ferrari cologne. I bought a lot of Ferraris. I buy a lot of Ferrari stuff because I can't afford the car. I have Ferrari cologne, and it's pretty good, man. Desperation. Please say hi and tell Mr. Yak we miss him. I think he left. But it's fine. And he's gone. Alright. See, here, I'm really gonna scumbag. I'm gonna scumbag him. We'll scumbag him. Alright, let's send him a message. Hey, with four Y's. What you up to Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern? Also, thanks for the resub, dog. You think I didn't type all that? Oh, I absolutely did. Well, it got dark. Actually, that reminds me, I gotta check the flame trench thing. Good. Sweet.
No kiitos oikein paljon, että viittesit tehdä tämän homman. Ihan mä olen tyytyväinen tähän. Ole hyvä.
Money!
Morjens.
Are you solo trenching it? No. So, yeah. We had another host lined up. It's going to be me and Sora, but we had another host lined up, but they had another thing happening. I can't say what. An event. So, we're down a person. That's why I was asking. It's all good, though, dudes. Sawyer and I can handle it. There was an observation. No. Alright, so food truck's good. Let's go back to the house. I'm going to put the tag axle down. Lights are on, seatbelt, even though we're just driving up the street. You want me to see if Chris wants to do it? I'll see if Chris wants to do it. I'll send him a message right now, Binary. I don't care. See, oh, that's a light post. You see, EJ, 2025 EJ would have been like, no, I'm too scared. I don't want to bother. No, I'll just shoot him a message right now. I don't give a crap. What a shame. More content to binge watch. Now that launch is delayed, does that mean Kerbal is delayed too? JDG, I actually got the gnarliest hunch the other day to want to play KSP. And I'm not even going to lie to you, it came from an MD11 infomercial video. What about Das? I'll ask him too. Yeah, no, you know what? I'll just show you. Don't care. 0 fricks given. Let me shut the truck off so we're not wasting fuel. There we go. Seatbelt off. Dude, there's this sweet MD11 infomercial that popped up in my feed, and I don't even care. It's so ridiculously 90s, and I gotta be careful. It's so ridiculously 90s, but they talked about the testing regime for it, and it's gnarly. I gotta be careful with the audio here, though. So here's what we'll do: we take this and set it to 110. It's gonna 1.10 speed, but check this out.
On January 10, 1990, the McDonnell Douglas MD-11 made its inaugural flight in Long Beach, California.
I don't even like MD-11s. I think it's a terrible design. I think the TriStar is better, but this is still cool.
The flight officially kicked off an ambitious 10-month, 5-aircraft FAA certification program. Following are some of the highlights and results of those certification tests. Actually, flight test activities began long before the first flight. During MD-11 assembly, over 350 miles of flight test wiring was laid and more than 1,000 remote sensors were installed to measure specific temperatures, pressures, accelerations, stresses, and various other sources. In addition, some 90 digital aircraft buses were interrogated for thousands of additional measurements.
JDG, seeing all this, it made me want to play KSP. I'm like, I want to build an airplane.
Flight management, electric, hydraulic, environmental, and fuel control systems.
Oh, that's sick, dude.
By the time the aircraft were ready to fly,
like I said, I don't even like the MD-11.
The onboard data acquisition systems were prepared to record nearly 8,000 different measurements per aircraft for real-time in-flight and post-flight.
So this part is super cool when they talk about the flight test, the MD-11 flight testing.
And its flight test crew moved to the Douglas Aircraft Flight Test Facility.
Infamous Light, your brother repairs airplanes for a living now. Super neat to see it in its pieces. It's pretty cool, man. This part's sick.
Phase of testing, the MD-11 first executes a normal takeoff, including its maiden flight. The first article MD-11 flew 4 consecutive days.
And this also made me want to play Flight Sim, by the way.
This is a first in Douglas aircraft history and demonstrates an unprecedented dispatch capability.
I will say it is a pretty plane. From an aesthetic point of view, MD-11's pretty, very nice looking. Now watch this. So this is super cool. All right, if you guys have been watching me from Winter Car and you don't know me too well, I'm an av geek. I love airplanes and spaceships. I think they're super cool. How they go together, it's so legit. So watching them do what's called a flutter test regime during test flying, see those tabs right there? They're trying to, basically what they're doing is they're trying to spoil the air over the wing to simulate stall speed conditions to figure out what the airplane can and can't do and compare that to their analysis, right? So obviously you got, to make an airplane, you got to do a lot of math. You're not just building something and then flying it. That's what SpaceX does, and that's why some of their stuff blows up sometimes, right? I mean, they do analysis, but it's getting to a point where it's pretty damn high fidelity because they have supercomputers backing their analysis, but that's another story. So what they do is they do the math out and, okay, if we spoil this much air over the wing, supposedly when we go to flight test it should do this, right? And then you see how close you are in your predictions, right?
The test program proceeds with a series of structural aerodynamic damping tests to systematically define the flutter-free altitude and speed regime at which the structure can safely fly. Externally mounted flutter vanes were used to control pulse frequencies applied to the aircraft control surfaces.
So that was English, first of all. I swear that was English. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to get the wings to do this. They're trying to get the wings to flutter. And they're trying to see at what speeds, velocities, and angles you're going to get the wings to flutter. It's good to do that with wing analysis. That's what's done with planes nowadays. They spoil the air at certain points over the wing to see if they can get it to do this. Because if the wing is fluttering, that's really bad for the airplane. And part of doing this is doing what's called NDT and figuring out where the limits are. No, not Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's called non-destructive testing. Watch the back of the airplane.
Several stall tests were
See it?
conducted to define the aircraft's minimum
Oh!
airspeeds and their variation
No!
with respect to weight,
Stop that!
altitude, and
Stop
various
it!
aircraft configurations.
Stop it!
As the buffet
That's
in the
so
aircraft
bad for it.
communicates a
Please
stall
stop doing
warning
that.
with low
Dude,
speed,
that-
high angle of attack regimes. The pilot demonstrates the aircraft's excellent handling qualities through the stall. and
Bro,
recovery.
that's so bad
All
for
the
it. Please
stall
stop
speeds
doing
demonstrated
that.
by the MD-11 met or exceeded the predicted results.
Did you see the wings fluttering? They were so what they were doing is they were intentionally putting the plane into a high angle of attack, low airspeed regime, and that's getting flutter over the wings because at that angle, right? Check this out. At this angle, so when you're flying like this, your main wings are spoiling the air that's going over this, so it's doing the same thing as those flutter inducers. And because you're getting dirty air over the back aero surfaces on the plane, it makes a terrible stall condition, and these things start fluttering
Excellent
around like
handling
crazy.
qualities through the stall and
Look at the
recovery.
tail. Oh my
All
goodness,
the
how did
stalls-
that not break off?
Speeds demonstrated by the MD-11 met or exceeded the predicted results.
See, when you're flying the plane with a high angle of attack at low airspeed like that, with no flaps, these are spoiling the air going over your rear surfaces. Basically, you're not getting clean air here. And if you're a Formula One fan, you know exactly what that does. That really messes things up. Hope they scrap that. Actually, Jim, I went a little autistic plane nerd on this. This plane is still around. It's withdrawn from use, but it's still around. It flew until 2023 with FedEx. Yeah. It's November 601 Foxtrot Echo. It flew with FedEx for 35 years. There's almost 100,000 hours on the airframe. Never had a problem. It never had a problem because FedEx decided to, do routine maintenance on the aft pylon wing lugs, but, whatever. It's not like not doing maintenance on that will screw anything up or anything, right? So, yeah, seeing this made me want to make an airplane in KSP. I'm like, dude, I want to make a plane. We got to make a plane. We got to make a plane. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool, right? Yeah, I watched this whole video and I'm like, this is sick. I want to make an airplane. We should build an airplane. We gotta build an airplane. Anyway, back to Winter Car. I hope FedEx wasn't pulling any moves like that. No. Dude, the entire FedEx fleet of MD-11s... Actually, FedEx is not grounding their MD-11s. They're going to keep flying them until they can't fly them no more. So... That's because of the aft pylon lug on the engine mounts. FedEx changed the lugs on their pylon mounts routinely. So they don't have to worry about an engine falling off during rotation. They're grounded right now, Geek, but FedEx is going to keep flying their planes. UPS is retiring their entire fleet, 27 MD-11s, after what happened. Yeah, FedEx maintained their planes. And I'm not to say that UPS didn't, guys. That's why that, UPS 2676 is a terrible, terrible thing because, yeah, Boeing said you don't have to do that. You don't have to change the bearings on the aft pylon lugs, and you don't have to worry about fatigue cracks in the lugs either. No, it should be fine for like 90,000 cycles. And then it wasn't. FedEx said, "Nah, we're not. No, we know what happened to the DC-10. No, we're gonna change them," and they changed them, and their MD-11s are fine. Really weird, huh? No, they didn't ground them permanently, Geek. They're grounded right now, pending the investigation. I was reading the NTSB report about this the other day, dude. It's bad. It's bad. Basically, Boeing said, "Yeah, it's fine. You don't need to worry about that." And then, dude, if you're an A&P, this will make your blood boil, dude. You probably shouldn't read that. Don't read that. Don't read that NTSB report. It's bad. You'll get really pissed off. Shocking. You mean maintenance actually works? Yeah, dude. They weren't greasing the spherical bearings on the aft pylon lug. Like no inspections, no nothing, and you get fatigue cracks because they're using spherical bearings, which is. I still can't figure out the design decision behind spherical bearings for a pylon mount. I don't... That's not the right type of movement for what you want the engine to do, but whatever. I don't know. I don't know. You mean McDonnell Douglas in a Boeing skin suit. Correct. Yeah, Hellfish, there's some really, really weird stuff from Boeing. Like, real shady stuff. The thing sits more than any aircraft I've ever seen. Those are the same bearings as the DC-10, which caused the A191. Yeah, same bearings, but for a different reason, Nova. This is what makes aerospace such a pain. It's hard to troubleshoot. This is why the NTSB is worth their weight in gold, man. Like, you know, a lot of people are like, I don't like this government agency. Brother, the NTSB is legit. Those guys know what's good, and they do a damn good job in their analysis. Boeing was great until that merger. It's depressing. You know, Fluffy, part of me, dude, you know, there's aerospace startups like there's Boom Supersonic with Blake Scholl and stuff, and they're trying to make low-cost supersonic transport, dude. I'm almost wondering, like, you know, how would a startup fare, like, if you were basically trying to target the 737 market and just do what old Boeing used to do? Like, just damn good analysis, damn good, just trying to make basically a better plane than everybody else. Like, I know it's more complicated than that. Like what I'm trying to say is, like, a SpaceX style disruptor in the commercial airline business could be quite useful. Think Kelly Ortberg will right the ship? I think he's trying. Dan, the aft engine attachment points on our engines use spherical bearings. I get the impression that they're not entirely uncommon at rear attachment points for certain components. So, Dan, I would understand spherical bearing if you want a little bit of play on the engine, because the engine goes through gyroscopic precession. Anytime you rotate, the engines are spinning, right? And when a plane goes through V1, right, and captain commits, and you rotate the plane, right? The engines are spinning like this, and then adding an axial rotation to that makes angular momentum it wants to make the engines point inwards, right? Because of gyroscopic precession, right? So I understand you need play there in your engine mounts so your engine doesn't snap off, right? But having 3 spherical bearings on a pylon mount doesn't really make sense to me. Like, that's not... You have 2 spherical bearings on the front pylon attachment point and then 1 on the aft pylon attachment point, right? They're triangulated spherical bearings, so your spherical bearing is not being allowed to move like a spherical bearing should. Which is very strange. Like, it's a very strange decision. And then I looked at Boeing stuff, and Boeing never used spherical bearings for pylon attachment points. Boeing has, like, struts that hold the engine in place that are the struts are designed to move on the axis of play during gyroscopic precession, like when the motor has the most amount of torque applied to the pylon. Boeing doesn't mount their engines like that, or their pylons, which is, like I said, very strange decision, because that's not what a spherical bearing is designed to do. That's like saying I want to use a car tire as a steering wheel. Like, yeah, technically that'll work, but that's not really... You probably should find something else. What does it do when it noses down? Yeah. I don't know. It's just, yeah. I always thought that ever since this MD-11 thing happened, like, and I'm not trying to say I know better by any means, dudes. I don't. I just, from a pure mechanical standpoint, I would really like if there was somebody out there that knew about this to explain it to me, because I don't know why you would use a spherical bearing. That's the wrong form of motion. That's the wrong that's the wrong axis of play for what the engine is doing. And it's going to create fatigue. And guess what? Guess what happens with MD-11s? It creates fatigue and it cracks your aft pylon lugs because it's on a spherical bearing. Like, you don't need a rocket scientist to tell you, like I said, go back to my car analogy. You don't need a rocket scientist to tell you that, using a car tire as a steering wheel is probably not the right application. I mean, it'll work, but that's probably not the right thing to do. What time is it? 4. We just woke up. All right, let's it's just something weird that I noticed. Like I'm just wondering why that decision was made to use spherical. It must because it absorbs vibrations in a way that I don't understand. That's my guess, but yeah, very strange. Very strange way of mounting a pylon. Maybe ease of mounting. Yeah, Coltec, it's funny you mentioned that. That's what doomed AA-191 in 1979. That DC-10 flight, the engine came off. Just like UPS 2676. So what happened with AA-191 is that they made... So Coltec, you want to hear a good one? Douglas made the pylon mount 3 bolts, really easy to take off, and they made the engine mount like 5 bolts. So what the airlines did, without consulting Douglas, was if an engine needed to be taken off and serviced, they just undid the pylon mount. Problem is, when you install it, if you install it pylon with engine as one assembly, you basically fatigue the spherical bearing in the lug, because you have to put one bearing in and then install it. It like clicks in. Think like if you have something that takes like AA batteries, the battery tray, you slide in one side and then it clicks in. They were installing the engine like that, and it ended up breaking the aft lugs, and an engine flew off during rotation. And they used a forklift to do it. Yep. I don't know. I haven't talked to her in a long time, John. I don't show plane crashes on stream that have people on board that die, Fluffy. It's against my streaming creed. Yeah, you over-torqued. Exactly. The Vickers VC-10. Those engines give me anxiety. I know about a VC-10, yeah. Yeah, I don't show airplane disasters. The only airplane disasters I show are ones where people survive. I don't show death on stream. I don't even show Challenger. I don't show Challenger. I don't show Columbia. I don't show Apollo 1. I don't show none of that. I could show people what happened to Kamarov on Soyuz 1, but I'm not going to do that. Drive the engineering ethics home, but I draw an ethical line there. Some people don't want to see that, and I don't blame them. Yeah, the big thing was that they installed it with a forklift and had a shift change where they left the engine pylon hanging for a period of time. Brother, what are you doing? It's nuts, dude, right? But anyway, that MD-11 infomercial, despite me very much disliking the MD-11, like I said, I always thought the TriStar was a better airplane. It made me want to play KSP. I'm like, I want to design an airplane. I don't show that footage. I showed some screenshots, but the screenshots didn't have anybody actually dying. I'm just, yeah, I don't like doing that. I don't like doing it. It's not, I know it seems kind of weird because I play games like Battlefield where we're just shooting people all day, right? Like, you know, when it comes to aviation disasters and stuff, if there's people on board, I don't show it. McDuber, you're speaking about Columbia just the other day. I learned the flight director was 39. At the time, this is crazy. As someone approaching that age, I also feel like NASA used to skew quite young, and now it feels like they skew quite old. That's part of the problem with NASA, Duber. There's too much upper management. There's not a fresh crop of people. Yeah, King, I can confidently say I've never shown the Challenger disaster on stream. Ever. And I won't. It's so screwed up. Now, don't get me wrong, I'll teach about it for sure. And I'll tell people the lessons of it. Absolutely. That's very important in understanding this stuff. We got 4. We need 3 more. I ordered 7 crates. But yeah, I don't show, dude. Even 2676, the UPS, the MD-11 UPS flight, and even Greg Biffle's crash. Dude, I can't do it. I'm not doing that on stream. It's not right. Biff's crash is just sad, man. It's terrible. Hey, Merkin, what's going on? The NTSB released a preliminary report. It just leaves more questions than answers. Yeah, the NTSB report about Greg Biffle's crashes. Yeah, it's not great. It seems like they didn't. It seems like the pilots kind of ran out of talent. If you really want my honest opinion, the reason why is because. So that plane, the plane that they were flying, a Citation from 1981, requires 2 pilots that are type certified. And the co-pilot was not type certified, guys. And from what it sounds like from the preliminary report, it sounds like he didn't turn the generator on. Yeah, it's not great. So, on a Citation CJ4, and I know that airplane, and I get it, I know it from Flight Simulator. It's not a CJ4, it was just a Cessna Citation. CJ4 is a little bit different, but I do remember this. With a Citation, the starter motor is your alternator. So the thing that they use to start the engine, you have to reconfigure. They did it to save weight. Your alternator is your starter motor, if we're going to speak in car terms, right? So what does an alternator do? Generates power. Now, airplanes use direct current, so they are using generators. They're not using alternators, okay? Because I think it's because the Citation CJ4 is on a 24-volt system, I think, but I digress. Long story short, they went to start the engine. One of the engines didn't start, and they said, all right, it's fine. And then they started both engines, right? And after they started both engines, they didn't flip the switches back over to generators. So airplanes, guys, just like a starter motor in a car and a battery in a car, the battery is really only there to maybe start the thing once or twice. If you're not generating power, you'll maybe get a couple good cranks out of it, and then the battery will go dead, right? Like what happened with our car with Skidmark in my winter car. Same idea. So they basically took off with a plane that was operating on battery power. From, once again, this is what it seems like. We don't know for sure. Like, we'll wait for the NTSB preliminary report.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
What basically happened is that all the systems on the plane got undervolted, like, right off the bat, and stuff stopped working. Yeah. You got to turn the generators on. Hey, Fluffy gifted the sub to McDuber. Yeah, it's pretty messed up. But yeah, that's what happens when you run out of talent, dude. That's why we have type certifications. If you know, It's like, you know, you always think about like, oh, you know, what if the pilots are incapacitated? I could fly this plane. No, you can't. You probably can't. you probably can't. This is like one of those scenarios, and it sucks, dude. It's so sad. I'm kind of surprised the plane wasn't yelling at him. No, the plane was yelling at them when the controls, when the gauges stopped working. Yeah. Well, it was an older plane, guys. It was a Citation from 1981. But yeah, you know, my heart goes out to Biff. That's so sad. It sucks, dude. It sucks when that happens. You know, it's terrible, but... Wumbo Max, dude. I'm just gonna buy a little bit of macaroni. I mean, before that. There was a light out because it was broken. Hellfish, the whole thing reeks of normalization of deviance, dude. And I don't know so much about that when it comes to the application of airplanes. I know a ton about that when it comes to spacecraft. Normalization of deviance all over the place, dude. It's bad. And I feel bad, dude, because I don't want to do the Biff like that, because he's a good man. He's a good dude, but... You ever peek at the plane that went down in Bangor recently? Dude, they waited too long. I read that, dude, this is what I do off stream, dudes. I read NTSB reports because I'm a loser. This is what I enjoy doing in my spare time. The little spare time that I have. I read that NTSB report too. They waited too long. Much too long for those flight conditions, dude. The de-ice is not... Yeah, they waited too long. Went to take off, plane didn't take off, plane didn't rotate. What gets me, Ein, is that the captain on that airplane, what was it, a Bombardier, a 600? He committed to rotation, which is... Guys, it's the captain's final call on airplanes, whether you should go, you know? Like, it's the final call to commit to a takeoff. And when you get to your commit point like that, fly or don't, right? Yeah, once you get past that, if you commit to a V1 in a rotation, right, you have to fly. You're taking off. What got me is that the pilot did that and he didn't see the ice on the wings. Привет, PY. How did I die? Oh, I hit a tree, dude. Just being an idiot. I'm behind. That MD-11 wing is dancing. You see that, Wheat? Maybe you want to play KSP, dude. I'm like, alright. Damn tree. I know. That tree just came out of nowhere, dude. Anyway, enough bad vibes. We have Kurpa.
On meillä kurasuulla remmi melkonen. Vastustajan täytyy ottaa henkonen. Kun joutuu katselemaan meidän mahtia. Ne hoppuipelaisi ilman maali.
I think a car spun out down there. Either that or we're about to get broadsided by the bus. Oh my god! That wasn't the bus, it was the truck. Hell yeah. Scott, did I hear about the 787? Dude. Look, man. Scott, I've flipped those switches before. Not on a 787. I did it on a museum piece. You can't flip those fuel cutoff switches by accident, man. That's really sad what happened in that plane, in that flight, and all those people. Do you know if Alex from Seville is okay? ¿Por qué, Heitor? And if they malfunction, don't continue the damn flight. Zeros, Look, man, I don't have a PPL, I don't have a pilot's license, but I know a lot about airplanes, and I know a lot about taking risks, because I play this pile of crap game, right? And Kerbal, right? Dude, if there's even one indication that something is going wrong, just stop. Just stop what you're doing. Just stop, start over, or just decide you're not gonna do it. Like, don't commit unless you're absolutely sure, right? Like, you just don't. Like, you know, one seemingly small problem can lead to something really bad with airplanes if you're not careful. Like, just don't commit. Like, dude, there were times when we played mission mode, and this is before I really understood this really well. There were times where we played mission mode where I forced it, like with the SSTO, because I'm like, no, it'll work. I fixed it. It'll be fine. No, you put parts through fatigue cycles, because that's a thing in Kerbal. It's absolutely a thing. Parts can get fatigue and bend out of alignment, and then you commit to it, right? Even though you shouldn't, and the thing freaking blows up in your face, and you lose 2 million Kerbucks. There are crazy floods all over the south. Today, the government sent an alert to phones. I'll shoot him a message right now if you want. I'll shoot him a message right now. Yeah, I'll shoot him a message. Let's see if he gets back to me. I shot Jack a message, guys. He can. He's working. So, it is what it is. But you know what, King? Here's the thing about mission mode. Yeah, it was stressful. But, dude, that gave me such... I think that rule set and the way you play gave me some appreciation for how you go about taking risk in spaceflight and aviation that I just frankly think other people don't have. The whole point of mission mode was to teach me about that kind of stuff and to kind of try to take it to the next level. Dude, that's basically where I learned that stuff needs to be perfect. It has to be perfect. If it's not perfect, it's going to break. Or it's going to do something you don't want. Did I hear you pinging Das or Chris B for Wumbo trenching? I'll shoot Das a message right now, too. Hey, dude, you got... GFD on... I'll shoot Das a message first. If Das says no, I'll ask Chris. See if he wants to. Still can't believe the miracle on the Hudson happened? Yeah, man. It's pretty rad. Alright, we have the coverall on. We're sweating like crazy. Hold on. Get that sweat, baby. Sweat, baby.
Vittujen kevät. Vittu. Saatana. Vittujen kevät.
I played Congus expertly. Hey, design a super complex vehicle in record time and cheaply. And if it didn't go exactly to plan, fine, just launch it. Please forgive me, I was a newer viewer then. King, mission mode also inadvertently taught me about the dangers of designing by committee. But also at the same time, I created a construct of unique insight as to sustainability of programs. And I think I have a pretty interesting perspective when it comes to that
Mitä
stuff.
helvettiä? Mitä helvettiä?
Hey, Pork Sword, what's up, man?
Satana. Voi saatana. Satana. Satana. Voi vittujen kevätänä. Ei saatana.
Cool. Ooh, more fighters. That's pretty neat. What's that, Sea Kraken? Interesting. It's getting off work, hitting 417 to 528. Pork Sword, when I lived down there, you know what blew my mind last time I was down in Florida? When I lived in Winter Park, dude, like what we were talking about yesterday. I lived in Winter Park from 2006, from mid-2006 to mid-2008, for about 2 years, right? When I was there, 417, there was nothing around it. 417, there was just woods, right? It was woods all the way down to I-4, right? From 528 all the way down to I-4, there's nothing. And then from 528 north, it was starting to get populated because of UCF, right? I went down, when was the last time I was down in Florida? 2023, I think, was the last time I was down there. Wow. Or no, 2024 for the Excellent Adventure. That's the last time I was in Florida. I drove up 417. Oh my, no, 2024, yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my freaking goodness, dude. There's like cities around 417 now, man. Like John Young Parkway, man. It's like traffic on 417. I'm like, what the hell's that about, dude? The heck is this? There's no traffic here when I lived here. I still stand that the SSDO once fixed is the coolest thing you ever built. Asking for it in mission mode was insane. Dude, you know what, King? You know what sucks about that? The vehicle was fine. It was the pad. That's, like I said, that's where I ran out of talent. But that was the point of mission mode. You know? That was the point. To see where my skill kind of ends. You need to get down here. I know. No boxes yet. But yeah, mission mode taught me a lot about how stuff goes down in the aerospace program. Or in the space program. Some good, some bad. Anyway. So, guys, here's what I'm debating on doing. We don't have any jobs to do right now, right? We don't have any jobs to do. And I know that I have a couple more crates coming. But they're not here yet. You know what? Let's just bring these parts over. Let's just do it. The next job that we get should be a wood chipping job. So, we'll see. Can you do community payloads? Nah.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, 58, what's going on? 12 months. I don't want to work at the factory. You lose unemployment that way. So, like, think about it like this. Oh, crap, there's a car behind me. Go!
hetkellä yksi kyrvä syy.
We're gonna find him in a ditch. What was that song? Yeah, Secret, and I don't know if I want to do community payloads. I'm not sure, man. I was watching last night, but I was stressed out watching you go to sleep with the stove on. Dude, I thought we were done, Oz. The game took mercy on me. I thought we were dead. No, that's gonna be my one big rule, Ga. No design by committee. You guys get stakeholder expectations, and I come up. You guys vote for stakeholder expectations, and then I come up with the architecture. That's how it should be. What I inadvertently did is create SLS, a program like SLS. The SSTO program ended up exactly like it, when I really was trying to make the Apollo program. Yeah, with the stove. I know. We got lucky. That was a straight screw up from me. Technically, it would be new content, though. Bro, I watched other streamers do it. It's not. No. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Dude, I get paid like $1,700 a week in unemployment, right? And you make like, even if you were there for like 2 weeks in game at the factory, you're only pulling in $3,000 a week. So if I make $1,700 with unemployment, right? And then I do one firewood job a week and one poop job a week, right? We're making 6,000 marks a week. Yeah, it's new content, but we're not going to make the money that we want. And honestly, here's the big one. The hours at the job are the hours that there's daylight. So with the job, you're never going to see daylight except on the weekends. So I'm not about that. I don't want to do that. I don't care if it's new content. We're not doing that. I don't know, Yeet, maybe. Why don't you gamble? Because I don't need to? Rob, I don't want to do that. I gambled in my last run, and all that did was delay me from getting the car built. We'll gamble maybe when the car is made. Oh yeah, Skitson, putting a bet at the PSK could be useful, for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, Snibbles, I'll be honest with you. Workers is awesome, and I love that game. I kind of want to, in 2026, I want to give games that I haven't tried before more of a shot. So, like, basically what that means is I'd like to play Factorio on stream. I was talking about it a little bit earlier. I got a taste of it over the last couple of weekends playing with some of my buddies. Yeah, it's pretty good, man. I'm not playing League of Legends on stream set, guys. I don't like League of Legends. I hate that game, if you really want my honest opinion. League of Legends killed competitive StarCraft 10 years ago, and yeah, I will never forgive them for it. Yeah, they certainly didn't help, Darker. Esports kills every game it touches. I have Pigeon. I've played KSA when the last stable release was out. Hey, Brains, what's up, dude? Repo just got staging working in KSA. Heck yeah, man. Who knows? Maybe the next mission mode fill will be in that. Let's check the mail. No, King, who knows? I don't know. Hey Taylor, what's going on? You still on the park grind, buddy? The radio on. The Starship Repo variant? I don't know what that means. Wait, it was only 4? No. Was it only 4? Yeah, it was only 4. Thought it was 5, but alright, whatever. Let's open up some loot boxes. Well, what do we get there? I got a rear seat bench. I know we needed that. I got a radio, and I got another one of these heinous freaking bumpers that I hate. You know what? I don't even want to put these on the front of my house, because that means people get, people can see these crappy, terrible freaking bumpers from the front of my house. I'm not doing that. I can go back here. The fuel depot. I saw that they started stacking another starship. I saw that with Gazer this morning, which is pretty cool. The Bungarus hood. Alright, we got another muffler. So what I want to do this time around, guys, is put duplicate parts outside and put all the parts that I need kind of inside. The one exception would be duplicate engine parts. Yeah, and maybe some suspension components. Like, if we get duplicate bumpers and stuff, just put them outside. I found out yesterday the SLX gets the performance engine too. It can, but ours doesn't have it. Never heard of the game Repo. Maybe? Alright, see what we got here. Got a rear axle. We got a door. Nice. Door with the tan door card, baby. Hell yeah. That's matching. That's really good. That's cool. That's something I didn't have last time. I have 3 clutch cables, Tan. I got 3 clutch cables already. Dude, can you believe that? We got the Chromer grill. That's good. This is a grill that I want. No, I don't want to put it there. I'll put it right. You know, this, I don't like the safety bumper. Get rid of that. Hate those things. We never got a good front bumper in the other save. I have one sitting in there. Pan, a good... We needed a pan. That's good. I wonder if we can paint the pan. This is an oil pan. I wonder if we can paint it. Let's see. Nope. Whatever. Random question for EJ. Do you plan on doing Hot Rod Power Tour with the Coronet? Maybe someday, Merkin. Yeah. I would love to do that. Power Tour, Poverty Tour. Yeah, that would be pretty sick. I think that would be cool streaming content as well. Oh, hey, Bob. How are you? Good evening, mate. What do we got here? CA. That's a 389. 389 open. Stick weak drag and drive with the Coronet. I'm not entirely sure that the car is built for that. That's not really the type of vehicle. I'm not making a dragster. Stick weak is really good for making dragsters. That's really what you'd want to do with that. I'm sorry to see attempt 4. What happened? I hit a tree, dude. I was driving the Talbot around. I unsettled the suspension and it veered off the road into a ditch. I basically Dukes a hazarded myself into a tree, which sucks. But what are you gonna do? Totally my fault. I shouldn't have been driving that fast, especially with that pile of French right there. Yeah, it sucks, man. 90 hours of work. I'm not happy about it. I'm still, and I'm not going to be, I'm not going to let it go until we fix it. So what really sucks is I lost all the parts. I lost the parts repository. You know what? I'm going to put rear ends over here. CA is okay. That's an okay rear end. It's not really designed for the application that we're looking for here. All right. Yeah, I already painted the car. It's brown again. We have this is Skid Mark 2. I have the ability to paint the block and pulleys only. I don't know, maybe early access. Maybe it's just because it's early access. Got another pan. What else did we get there? We have another left door. That's extra, so we could put that. We'll put that outside. Got an extra left fender. Steering shaft. We need that. That's a good part. You know, yeah. Having a number 1 skid mark, Bob, doesn't make any sense. Skid mark has to be number 2. That, you know, it makes sense, man. You know, like, put the steering shaft right there. It has to be number 2, now that I'm thinking about it. I think that's where I went wrong, you know? Who will be the rarest part this time? Any guessing? I don't know. Because, yeah, like I said, it's very clear that we're, it's very clear we're getting parts that we really didn't get last time. Like, I already have a pre-facelift front bumper, which is pretty sweet. Yeah, we're going to have to take inventory on it. We'll head back into town tomorrow. This is a spare engine. Ugh. Hit. 214 horsepower was without the performance engine. Good to know. Let's put the other band back there. It's gonna be the correct dash or the correct axle, calling it now. Don't do me like that, man. I think we got the right brake knuckle. What kind of instrument panel is this one? Okay, we got factory tack with a defroster and a radio delete. We have the front right brake. We got a clutch, a head gasket, and a flywheel. All right. We needed this. I keep habitually closing the freaking doors, even though you really don't need to. Because we're not heating the garage right now. Coffee. And what keeps you up at night, Mr. Dillinger? Coffee. That disc brake looks shiny. Yeah, man. Oh, of course, Brent, yeah. Bench seats for, yeah. It's a shame cars don't have bench seats anymore. This generation's missing out. No, every car has to be a Euro Touring nonsense car. Euro Touring Nürburgring 8-minute car that rides like dog crap but is equipped to drive the Nürburgring. Dudes, I realized something. I had an epiphany last night when I was just winding down after the stream. I agree with Captain Slow, Coltec. I really do. He's absolutely 100% right, man. Where's the comfortable car? Where's the comfortable ride? Where's my Cadillac Coupe de Ville, dog? Where is it? It's not there, okay? My crazy epiphany, guys. My crazy epiphany. Look, I like Mopars, like the Coronet, right? And I usually, when I browse Facebook Marketplace and stuff, and just, you know, the internet and stuff, looking for parts, Mopar stuff is pretty expensive. The reason why it's pretty expensive is because, well, they didn't make a lot of them. Dodge didn't make nearly as much as Chevy and Ford. And then I kind of had an epiphany. Who made the most cars in the 60s and the 70s? Like Chevy did. Chevy made a lot of cars. And then I went and started looking at prices for old Chevys, and they're actually really, really good compared to like old Mopars. I found like an 83 Buick Regal for $1,000. I'm like,
Hello?
hello? I was like, oh. The Chevy stuff is pretty inexpensive because they made more of it. You ever see the Bose suspension system? Yes, I know about that. The new Slate truck with the SUV attachment will be a bench seat. I'd be very surprised, Space Gnome, if Slate can scale. Yeah, Coltec, I kind of want to. I mean, I have a small block Chevy here already. You know, we should... Yeah, we should do that. Eventually. Yeah, we should do that. That's a good idea. Alright, we went through all of our crates. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Coltec. There's just parts everywhere. And then, you know, I went looking around, dude. Bunch of snow fell off the roof. I went looking around, man. Chevy stuff, even around here, where, you know, a lot of stuff is long gone. Dude, it's everywhere. Even, there's Fords to an extent, but there's Chevys everywhere. The reason why around Massachusetts is because there used to be a Chevy plant here. There was GM Framingham. And they made a lot of cars. Up until the 80s, when the state tried to shake them down for cash, and Chevy told them to go screw themselves and pulled the factory. But that's another story. But, yeah, so GM stuff is everywhere around here. Like, I don't know why I never really came to this epiphany before. I'm like, huh. Why did I know? I mean, I kind of knew this, but it kind of, like, sunk in my head. I'm like, oh. We could, dude, I could even do a project like the Coronet, which is, I'm not that far into that car. Really. Like, the Coronet, all told, with all the parts that I've ever put into it since I bought it in 2013, I'm maybe $5,000 in, maybe 6 grand. Like, this is all the parts going back to, like, when I got it running and driving in, like, 2013 or 2017. Even with all the body work and all the metal that I bought, maybe 6 grand, maybe. Like, it's very bare bones. That same 6 grand could take you extremely far with a Chevy. Like, and that sucks for me as a Ford and Dodge guy, but hey, whatever. I don't care. I want to go fast. Did we get lucky with the car? I have an SLX. Yep. We have Skid Mark 2. I re-rolled like 6 times yesterday, though, Sea Kraken. But yeah, we got a good trim level. It's basically the same one that we had before. I missed my 85 Regal. Dude, they're all over the place, Rares. I couldn't believe it, how many there were. But that's, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, that's what GM made around here. They made G-bodies, so... Dude, even a Regal with like a, you know, a 383 in it. Bro, that's like a 12-second car. You build the 383 and put it in there, or even put a 400 small block in, it's a 12-second car. And you could... 383 parts are like buying candy. It's cheap, it's everywhere. Skid Mark 2, Electric Dookie. Ooh. It's Regal, not Regal. I don't care. It's a Chevy. It doesn't deserve my respect, Jared. Yeah. And then, you know, Rarest, I started looking around for other G-bodies and stuff, like 85 Caprice. I found all kinds of good stuff, man. All kinds of good stuff. Smoke you! Dude, I couldn't believe, like, it's just so damn low cost, like, compared to the Chrysler stuff. The Chrysler stuff is expensive. Because Mopar people are strange. But that's another story.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Don't get me wrong, I still like my Fords. Ford is the same thing, but Ford didn't have a plant around here in the 80s and the 90s. They had plants here in, like, the 50s. They're long gone. They're shopping malls now. The Grand National doesn't deserve your respect. The square body? Boo this man! Hey, a broken clock is right twice a day, you punk. All right. Just kind of waiting on jobs, dude. I suppose we just go load up the tractor. There should be 3 or 4 more crates up there. And, I don't know, maybe we could go see if there's another Marchetti, anything else in the Marchetti that we want. So, let's take a look at parts. What do we got? So, I have left and right fenders. I got a hood. We have a door with the right door card, which is pretty cool. One door with the wrong door card. I want the tan trim because this is a tan interior car. I'm going to try to get that this time. We need all the parts of the exhaust. Suspension is really where, I mean, we need tires, so that's a thing. We need 2 lower control arms, 1 upper control arm. We need a spring. I need a left drag link. And then I basically... Oh, one of the other crates I remember should have more of the rear suspension parts, so... A couple extra doors would be nice for ice racing. I got an extra door outside. I have 1 extra door. And it has the blue trim door card. I have an SLX again, Lance. It's basically the same exact trim that we had in attempt number 3. Is it just for the bid, or do you think Ford is better than Chevy? Does Ford do things better, Chevy do things better? Jackery... Nah, it is just a bit. Ford and Chevy guys love giving each other crap, and Ford and Chevy guys love giving Dodge people crap. And Dodge people is like, fine, it's us versus everyone. It's a little bit of a bit. I don't really... The truth of the matter is I don't really care as long as it goes fast. I don't really care. Could be Chevy, could be Ford, could be Dodge. Could be an AMX or an AMC. I don't care. I like working on old cars. I like old American cars. I don't really give a frick what they are. Like, that's the honest truth. But I do like Fords. I generally like Fords. I think Ford makes a better truck than Chevy. If we're talking about through the 1960s and 70s. The market doesn't lie. But I think Chevy did make better cars than Ford in the 60s. If you really want to know. Chevy had it dialed in the 60s, dude. It's unreal how well those cars were made. So, Jackery, like, really what it is with Chevy. So Chevy engineering is so ridiculously good that you could take parts out of one engine and put them in another engine that's not even the same type of engine. So Chevy would really optimize around mass production. That's what they would do. They optimized all their engineering around mass production. Think like Falcon 9. When's the last time you heard a Falcon 9 have an engine problem, with the exception of the upper stage the other day? Right? Well, how did they do that? They did that by making a lot of engines. They're going to do the same thing with Raptor. Chevy did that with engines. But think about it like this. Chevy had a couple of different type of motors. They had an inline six, small block Chevy, which is like anywhere from a 283 to a 400 cubic inch. And then they had big blocks, which is anything like, frankly, past what did the big block come in? Basically 454, 427, 454, stuff like that, right? So like what Chevy did, Jackery, was like, okay, so all those engines, right? You have all those engines, you have an inline six, a small V8, and a big V8. All of them had the same alternator, for instance. You could take an alternator out of an inline six, you could put it on a big block, it does exactly the same thing. You're not going to have to worry about that. That's the case with Ford too, but Chevy's alternators were an all-in-one. It's a one-wire alternator, which means, yeah, they chose to make their alternator a little bit more, it has the voltage in plain English, Ford and Dodge had their voltage regulators for the alternator, because the alternator is generating AC current. You need a rectifier to make it DC. Chevy came up with the idea of putting the voltage regulator on the alternator, right? And making, basically the alternator has one wire going to it, and that's the exciter wire, and that's it. It simplifies your wiring harness, right? And makes it so an alternator is pretty much interchangeable from any vehicle. All you got to do is hook the exciter wire into it and you're good to go, right? That's the kind of stuff that Chevy would do. It was like that with power steering pumps. You could take a power steering pump out of a truck, put it in a car, no problem. It'll work. It'll work just fine. It'll bolt up. Everything will bolt up. They made it so they could kit bash anything, so they could make any type of car that they wanted, whatever. You can make whatever you want, right? Just basically the designers were given an inventory of parts, and the designers they were like, okay, make this car look nice. We need this, and this. And then because there were so many different permutations of parts that all fit together, right? You could come up with infinite trim levels for cars. So that made it so if somebody doesn't have as much money, right? Like they could come into a dealership and be like, I don't want that, I don't want that, I don't want that, I don't want that. Mopar did that too in the 60s to an extent. Mopar did it to save money though, because they couldn't mass produce as much as Chevy. Chevy did it to basically flood the market. You flood the market with really well-engineered stuff, easy to repair, easy to fix. You could find parts anywhere you want. Like, dude, you can still find small block Chevy parts at any automotive store. And yeah, like that alternator that I was telling you about, a one-wire alternator. They did stuff like that. Their distributor for the engines, for V8 engines, it's the same between a small block and a big block. And then Chevy did the same thing with the distributor into the 70s with what's called an HEI distributor. Other cars, like this car, for instance, the Chorus, right? The Chorus has a distributor that's in the motor, but it also has the ignition coil. The ignition coil's on the firewall, for instance. There's the ignition coil. That goes into the distributor. The distributor goes into that mount right there, right? Is driven from the auxiliary shaft right there. And that's what controls your spark plug time, your ignition timing, right? Chevy took everything that I just showed you and made it into one unit. And then just started making it for any car. Obviously, like an HEI distributor for like a V6 or an inline six is different because it has 6 plugs, not 8. But that's the idea. Jacker, they took this. Chevy took this so far as like you could.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
I've found out in life that you shouldn't date a tennis player. Love means nothing to them.
Nah, I get it. Tennis scores. So, Jackery, like, what you could do is you could take a crankshaft. So, like, I told you they had Chevy had it in the 70s, 60s, and 70s. They had the inline six, small block Chevy, big block Chevy, right? You could, even a small block, there wasn't just one type of small block. There was a 283 cubic inch engine, which is a 4.8 liter. And then they had a 5-liter, so that's a 305, and then they had a 307, and then they had a 327, and then they had a 350, and then they had a 400. They had different permutations of that small block design, with some of them with bigger or smaller pistons, right? The crazy thing is like you could take the crankshaft out of one and put it in another. You could take the crankshaft from a 400 cubic inch small block and you could put it in a 350, right? And that would make a 383. The parts fit together so well, and there were so many different permutations of parts that hot rodders figured out a permutation of small block Chevy that Chevy never made from the factory. They made the parts fit so well that the aftermarket, like, think about it like the modding community for a video game. Same idea. They came up with ways to play the game better than the developers, very much like what we see in KSP. Same kind of stuff, same idea. Water pumps are all interchangeable, big block to small block, dudes. Fuel pumps, it's all interchangeable. Yeah, you can take parts off of a Chevy from like 1965, and it'll fit on a Chevy from 1975, no problem. It'll just bolt right up. You don't even need to think about it. Same gasket, same everything. So what Chevy did was they made very well engineered parts, and then just started mass producing those well-engineered parts. And if you think about it, right, you flood the market with parts, you flood the market with cars, it makes it very easy to make cars because you don't need to spend as much time doing research and development. You want to make a new car, you just kit bash it from parts that you already have. Done. The engineering's already done for you, right? So Chevy had basically a lot of technical debt, and they needed to overcome that technical debt with just mass production. And that's what they did. They just made bigger factories. Scale the factory, just make it bigger. And that's why a lot of people like Chevy, because they're easy to fix. They're easy to fix. You can find parts anywhere, and anything will fit on anything. You could go find a pickup truck from like 1973, right? And if you have an Impala from like 1987 with a small block Chevy in it, you could take the pickup truck's engine and put it in the Impala, like you could put it in the car from the 80s, it'll work. It'll bolt right up. No ifs, ands, or buts. Easy. Everything fits. And they kept going with that basically until the 90s, and then... Yeah. Fleet to the Ford truck for Daytona. So... Jack Reed, so I know what you're going to ask. Why do you like Ford then? Ford went at the same exact problem, but they attacked it a little bit differently. So Ford's business model, and it still basically is that to this day, their business model is to engineer new stuff all the time, but engineer it to keep the costs down to make the cars more sellable. Now, what happens there with that type of business strategy is that you're going to get a 75 Ford and a 76 Ford that's the same exact car, and they're going to have parts that don't fit. Ford was constantly going out and trying to figure out more inexpensive ways to make the same part. Not necessarily at the behest of quality, right? But sometimes, yeah. To keep the costs down, to make the cars more affordable. They went at that same idea that Chevy was trying to do, but they went at it a little bit differently. So, like, if you look at like a 66 Mustang and then a 67 Mustang, there was a generation refresh, first gen refresh from 66 to 67, right? Some parts don't fit from a 66 Mustang to a 67 Mustang. Some of them don't fit. Now, don't get me wrong, some of them do. Right? But it wasn't to the extent that Chevy did. And the reason why Ford did that, like I said, was to keep the costs down. They were always trying to improve the bottom line. Not necessarily at the expense of quality, but to pay the cost forward to the consumer. Now, the problem with that is once again, you know, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to find parts for the vehicle, right? Finding parts is a little bit different, and then you have to keep up more supply chains, et cetera, for all the parts, for, you know, support for the vehicle in case stuff breaks, blah, 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 right? But yeah, that's what Ford did. They were constantly re-engineering the car and re-engineering the parts to make them less expensive, as opposed to Chevy, who went in the opposite direction. Chevy just said, make one type of alternator, make one type of alternator, make it better than everybody else, put it in every single car, and then go. So you never have to change your production lines, right? Chevy was playing Factorio, okay? Like they were playing Factorio with their car construction. They were min-maxing it, but they weren't min-maxing at the behest of quality, right? They make the best part you possibly can, right? Make the best freaking part. It's gonna be expensive to develop a part like that, right? But you know, you'll go into a lot of technical debt. But if you overcome with mass production, then it doesn't matter. Your Camaro's engine block is from a Silverado. The heads are from a Corvette, and the cam is from a Z06. Yep. That's how we got the 588 short head tuned into a 562 big block as the backup motor. What's the cheapest car that would last you decades? Jackal, you're never going to lose with an old pickup truck. Any old American pickup truck. Seriously, you're never going to lose. Ford, Chevy, or Dodge. Well, the Dodge might rust. But like an old Ford pickup? Yeah. See, the weird thing is that Ford did that nickel and diming stuff with cars, but they didn't do it with trucks. Whoever was running Ford's truck division in the 60s, 70s, and 80s knew that the trucks were something that can't break. It is a vehicle that is vital to a business, right? So with trucks, they didn't change much. They just kept making the same thing with They just kept making the same thing with a little bit of a refresh, and Ford still does that with trucks to this day. That's why they sell a ton of trucks, right? I'm sure you guys have seen a Ford commercial on the television that's like, "Oh, we're the best-selling truck since 1977." Yeah, because they did what Chevy did, but with trucks. Their trucks fleet sales are their livelihood. It's still the same way. McGowan, yeah. Dude, same thing. Ford to this day, that model has never failed them. That's where I get annoyed, because they see that with trucks and they're like, oh, we sell a ton of trucks because, we did it this way. And nobody has the wherewithal to say that, like, if you did that with cars, like what Chevy used to do back in the day, you would sell a ton of those. And I know what people are going to say. Well, they don't want to do that because then they'll sell less trucks. Not necessarily. But, yeah. Jackery, that's the, like, I like my Fords just because I like Fords. I grew up with Fords. The rest of my family grew up with Chevys, so I'm not stupid. I know how Chevys work. I can work on them, probably work on them better than most freaking Chevy guys at this point. Like, I can work on them fine. Like, they're very easy. And I don't particularly have a preference anymore. I really don't care. I just keep the bit going because it's funny. You're the black sheep. Yeah, Hellfish. The rest of my family is Corvette guys. Yeah, no, I'll stick to Fords. Thank you very much. I know this is probably a Mr. Krabs question, but why did they stop it? They cheaped out, John. They cheaped out. MBA is running the company. My April of 91 built 91 SHO had parts on it that were not technically from a 91 SHO. They were 92 Thunderbird parts. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Corvette people does not equal Chevy people. Now, the funny thing is that the rest of my family they aren't really Corvette guys anymore. Like, my uncle's a huge Corvette guy, and he drives a 67 Mustang around. Because at the end of the day, he kind of came to the same conclusion that I came to. I don't really care what it is. I don't really care. If it goes fast and it's cool, I don't really care. It doesn't bother me. Is your chat way behind, or am I? I'm answering a lot of questions, John. I don't know if you're behind or not. Ford made some really cool models for the EU market. 95 Escort. Escorts are cool, Alex. We only got a little bit of those over here. But Sierra Cazis are my favorite, dude. That's probably my favorite European car. Not even kidding. Like, not counting like a Ferrari or something, or a GT40, right? Sierra Cosworths are sick. I love those things, man. It wasn't a Cos, but it was the same body. Straight up. Yep. But yeah, Jackery, that's Yeah, Ford was constantly re-engineering stuff all the time to keep the costs down on cars. So there's less part interchangeability, but they were constantly trying to make stuff better. They still do that with trucks, but they don't do it with cars because they don't make cars, which is still, like, quite actually the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Thoughts on a Dart, new or old? Holdens? Holdens are just GMs, dude. I get you there. I'd love to build a cool Fox body, Javelin, or a GSX. Like I said, Hellfish, I was looking around, dude. I found 3 early 80s Buick Regals that are in pretty decent condition that are rollers for like $1,000. And I was just sitting there going, mother fricker. Like, I have a Chevy engine. I have a 283 from the early 60s, right? These Regals are from the 80s. I could build that small block Chevy and we could put it in one of those cars with a carburetor and it'll work. Everything will fit. I already have the motor, right? So it'd be a fun little build to do and we'd have a pretty fast little freaking car. You know? Yeah, John, the reason why they stopped doing this crap is because honestly, nickel and diming. They started nickel and diming stuff. They started cheaping out. You know? Some bean counter looked at how they were doing things, how Chevy was doing things in the late 90s and was like, well, if we make a slightly crappier alternator, we can make 1 cent more on an alternator. Right? Not really understanding that the reason why the alternators are so expensive is so you can mass produce them. And it's something that won't break. You know, oh, if we cheap out on it and, you know, we skimp on it and we mass produce it, we could just make more, right? And then when they break, we'll just keep making them. No. No. Yeah, that's great for your profits, but that bones the damn consumer. Like, you're inadvertently screwing the consumer over time. And why do you think everybody started buying imports? If something breaks, they can sell another one. Yeah, it's just bean counting nonsense, Chris. Yeah, you know, it's like, oh, it's that whole, oh, times are changing. We can't make something better than everybody else because then we'll go out of business. So they tried to cheap out, and they cheaped out. And what happened to Chevy in 2008? They went out of business. Weird, huh? It's almost like nickel and diming and kicking your consumers in the junk repeatedly after years of brand loyalty kind of pisses people off. It's weird how that works, right? But yeah, Jackery, that's the deal. Yeah. If you want to know Mopars, right? And once again, guys, I'm just passing time. We don't have any jobs to do. That's why I'm trying to figure out something to do. Mopar couldn't compete with Dodge and Chevy in terms of numbers, and the engineers at Chrysler in the 60s knew that. They knew that they couldn't compete. So what Chrysler did was engineer, with the budgets that they had, try to engineer the best possible car that they could, try to engineer the best chassis that they possibly could. They put all their R&D into the chassis, into the engine design. And they did what Chevy did, but on a much smaller scale, so they could get more market share. They dumped all their R&D into engine development and chassis. And the rest of the car is very simple. I mean, look at the Coronet. It's very simple. It's not a complicated piece of equipment. And Mopar had it, dude, they hit the nail on the head in the late 60s with the B-body. They sold, I mean, dude, look at these numbers. Like, here, hold up. Let me show you just the wiki page from the Coronet here. We want 5th gen. Some of these numbers are absolutely, the production numbers are ridiculous. Oh, okay, here we go. Like in 68, this whole plan came to a headwind, right? And dude, they sold like 200,000 freaking Coronets in 68, which is absurd. That's an absurd amount of cars for 1 year. even by today's standards. Like these things, Cornets, they sold in 68, they sold, I think it was like 210,000, that's a lot of cars in 1 year. That's like Tesla levels of, like, right at this point in time, that's like Model 3 level of production. It's pretty nuts. Yeah, see? I mean, this is the AI thing, but this is right. 68, 196,242 total units, 10,000 RTs, 519 convertibles, 103,000 Cornet 440s. I mean, dude. And then 69, 195,000. 2 years back-to-back selling 200,000. That was ridiculous. In the 60s, that's absurd. That's an insane amount of cars for a company with their budget. Like, they were cooking, man. And then they also made rockets, which is why I like them. What's your desktop wallpaper? Space Shuttle. I'm a space nerd, dude. That is STS-135. That was the last shuttle mission. This was a high-def picture that they took of the shuttle before it was docked to the space station. It's over the Bahamas right now in that picture. Capitalism is the father of innovation. Its downfall. Yeah. Have you looked into classified shuttle missions much? No. Alright, we can sleep now. But yeah, dudes. I love old American cars, dude. Yeah, because of that. They were really... You know, they wanted to make money. Like, making money is good and growing the business is good, but they ran stuff like very similar to how I run this stream. You earn your customers. You don't screw your customer base over. You don't screw your user base over like that. If anything, you try to make it easier for, like, in the application of cars, you try to make it easier for them to fix their own stuff. People will understand, you know. People will understand and they'll respect the brand if you do stuff like that. Because it's like, oh, I got a Chevy. I just took it outside. We took an alternator off another car, put it in there, and fixed it. You know? Like, I think brand loyalty is a big thing. And they sacrificed the brand's reputation to sell a little bit more cars, and then they went bankrupt. Would you take on a Pantera? I like Panteras. That's a cool car. Do you think it's time to replace the Earth camera on the ISS? I don't know. Alright. Well, we still don't have another job, so I guess we'll drive back into town with the tractor. Modern era cars just too electronic. No. I don't necessarily think that, dude. Like, my thing with modern cars, if I'm going to pick a beef with them, it's not that they're too complicated. The sensor suite that a modern car has, I don't necessarily think is a bad thing. You know, like having like a tire pressure sensor. That's cool. That's fine. I don't mind any of that. You know, at this point, it's cheap enough to make electronics. Like, that's no big deal. Right? My thing with modern cars is that they're engineered around a construct of being able to be put together quickly. To this day, you still have bean counters running the whole thing. Too many people that are, in my opinion, you have too many people that are masters of business administration running the company that only see numbers. They don't see what cars are about. To them, it doesn't make a difference if they're selling a car or a blender. They're going to think about it the same way, not entirely realizing that, you know, like in the United States, people depend on cars for their livelihood because we're car-centric, right? Now, whether you like that or not, I don't care. Whatever. We're not having that conversation, right? But it doesn't matter if it's a car or a blender. It's just make more and make more units. That's it. It's not about making a better car. It's just about making more of them. And that's kind of where my beef is with modern cars. Like, it's not designed to be easy to work on. It's not designed to pay it forward to the end user. It's not designed to make your life easier. Now, I will say modern cars do have this going for them. They're pretty damn freaking reliable. Like, look, we could say whatever we want. You can say that stuff doesn't last, etc., etc. But, dudes, if you take care of a car, right, it'll last you, even a new car, it'll last you a long time, a real long time. Like, try to tip over the firewood, that's it. Do you think Slate will be able to scale? No. Like, modern cars are really designed to be put together once, driven for about 50, 60,000 miles, and then you go find another car. So I will say that they are pretty damn good. They are pretty damn good in that regard. But, like, that's the thing. They're built around a consumer market that knows that you're going to get tired of the car and then buy another one, right? So the cars aren't particularly easy to work on. They're not particularly easy to work on. They are a pain in the butt. You know, components last, but once they break, like, if you have a transmission go on a modern car, it's not even worth it. It's not even worth it to fix it unless it's covered under warranty, right? Like, it's not worth it. Yeah, sealed gearboxes, Alex, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. That stuff needs to stop. I don't necessarily have a problem with modern cars. I understand why they're engineered the way that they are. It's not some crazy conspiracy like, oh, they want you to bring it to the dealership. No. You think the dealership wants to sit there and take that thing apart? Absolutely not. They don't want to do that. They want to sell you another car. It's not about taking it to the dealership. You know? Just to see how you could fit in a Pantera before you buy one. Yeah, I can't fit in one, can't see me. I learned that from Derek's video about it. Yeah, I mean, modern cars do last. They're pretty good. It's about lasting exactly to the warranty, and then you get a new one. Exactly. They're not really designed for longevity because the business models for every automaker at this point is just to make more cars. You make more cars. If you make more... So, okay, here's the real truth. You make more cars, you sell more cars out of the dealership, you finance... Big thing. You finance more cars out of the dealership, and your auto company has a bank, right? You have a bank attached to your car company, right? You make money off of selling cars, and then you make money off the interest from financing every single car. That's what I mean about penny pin, like bottom dollar MBA nonsense. They want you to finance everything. They want you to finance everything because even if they finance something at an extremely low interest rate, right? Say, you know, Ford loans you money for a car, right? You buy it, then you pay it off, right? It's a $40,000 car. You have a, I don't know, 5% interest rate. So think about that. What's 5% of 40? I don't know. It's an extra $2 to $3 grand or something. Sorry, I'm not doing math on the screen right now. I'm driving the tractor. So that's extra money made on top of that over time. That's more. They see that as more sustainable. So, like, it's not... Like, I don't necessarily mind modern cars. If anything, they're really well engineered for what they're trying to do. Dare I say it? I just don't agree with the premise. Because once again, remember, it's not about like it's hard to work on or anything. It's designed to be put together quickly so they can sell more cars. Because if you sell more cars and you finance more cars, right? You sell more cars, you finance more cars, right? That's more money made in the long run. Now, I would argue that that business model is absurdly bad and terrible, if you really want my honest opinion. I would argue that's bad. I mean, Tesla, for what it's worth, guys, Tesla's doing that, but Tesla also knows to make a or at least attempt to make a really nice car, but you cannot sell more cars if the demand is not there. That's exactly it, Bombus. That's what I'm talking about. That business model only gets you so far, right? It only gets you so far if people want to buy what you're selling. Bro, you don't finance for Tang. So Rob, you're saying you don't believe in financing your stuff. We don't believe in debt that ruins America. It's why we don't have trucks. Yeah, man. Would you like a subscription service to your loan repayment program? Yeah, I think that if you guys want my honest, well, I already said that you got my honest opinion. I've said that like 4 or 5 times at this point. That's not a sustainable business strategy. That's a pump and dump scheme. I think that's a really bad idea, and I think it's having repercussions in the long run. I mean, like, if we're talking about it from an American car versus the rest of the world perspective, fine. Keep doing this. See what happens. See how many people go and buy imports. Go ahead. See where this gets you. There's gonna be a day of reckoning, dude. Eventually, people are just going to be like, I'm not buying that. It's not worth it. It's not worth my money, right? And they're going to go buy a cheap import, right? Or they'll go buy a better made product. Hey, Kelly, what's up, man? Oh, there you go, Big Cheese. Everybody's financial situation is a little bit different, right? Keep doing this. Keep trying to squeeze your consumers. Watch what happens. I'll admit, guys, like, I'm a big Ford guy, but I've not been too impressed with Ford lately. Like, they got cold feet leaning into EVs, and now they're gonna make them hybrids, which they got cold feet because they leaned heavy into EVs and made a freaking EV F-150. And then they were like, well, EVs aren't sustainable for, in the long term. Bro, the reason why nobody bought your EVs is because your EV was a half-ton pickup truck. If you made a competitor to the Model 3, you would have sold a lot of them. Like, it's hilarious to me that they made the Mach-E, right? They made the Ford Mach-E to compete with the Model Y. Ruined the Mustang brand while you were at it, right? And then pulled out of EVs in general. What does this leave you with? This leaves you... see what I mean? It's an objectively terrible business strategy. I'm gonna turn the rear lights off. Hey, Mats, what's going on? New Mustangs look like they dream of being minivans. Dude, people are only gonna buy the slop for so long before they start figuring things out. New Mustangs are too angular, it ruined the look. But yeah, dudes, that's sorry, I have opinions about this, but that's why I always default to, like, what Detroit really needs is just to go back to scratch, man. This finance, making money, nickel and diming your customers, this, finance, making them finance everything to move more units because it looks better for your stock portfolio, that's bullcrap, dude. Watch where that gets us in the long run. Where has that gotten us in the long run? Let's take a look. Where has that gotten you in the long run? Interesting. Actually, GM is not doing too bad. Why is GM going up so much? Interesting. See, why is GM going up? That's very weird. Defense contracts? I don't know. Maybe. GM's actually doing really well. They're up to something though. Like they aren't up to making a nice car, that's for sure. Sorry. Caddy in F1, perhaps, yeah. A neighbor of mine has a BYD electric car, and he bought an electric Mustang. He says he likes the wife's BYD better. Kelly, like I said, this defense, look at the date. GM awarded a $214.3 million contract to produce the U.S. Army's infantry squad vehicle. Oh, yeah, that thing. The Warthog. Yeah, that's actually kind of cool. How many stripped down? That's it, Yama Rider. Yeah, it's the freaking Warthog, dude. Yeah, that's actually really cool. I think that was a good idea from GM. Now sell that to consumers. Sell a civilian version to consumers. People will buy it. I mean, I know it's just the Colorado, guys. That's not what I'm getting at. Sell that exact thing to people. They'll buy it. GM is making the replacement vehicle for the Bradley. So GM is doing it from diversification. They're diversifying into defense contracts, which is why their stock's up. Yeah, there you go. GM House aren't ending their relationship at all. Cool. That's good, man. I mean, still not making better cars, but that's good. Good for them. I'm happy to see them do well. Sorry, guys. We just have to pass the time because we don't have any jobs. Let me, oh, balls. I think I left my coveralls at the house. Unless I took them off here. Nope. Hope it's not cold. We got to go up to the mailbox real quick. Would you buy a car from Lockheed Martin? No, Jackery, but not for the reason that you think. I wouldn't do that because I probably can't afford it. But yeah, at the end of the day, dudes, you know, at the end of the day, I believe in making a better product than everybody else. I'd rather get, like, if I ever got into the automotive industry, I'd rather make a better car than everybody else and go out of freaking business than make a piece of junk that has my name attached to it. Because I think brand reputation has a lot to do with it. It's the same exact thing in the gaming industry, dudes. Like with video games, same thing. You have repertoire that you build with your community. You have repertoire that you build with your community for doing a good job. Kerbal. And it is very, very much possible that if you cheap out on a product, Kerbal 2, sorry, that you will lose any good grace that you had with your community at all, and no one's going to want to ever buy your product ever again. That's absolutely a thing with cars. I don't give a frick what anybody says. And that's a big, big, big part of why American cars were the best cars ever designed, ever, from the 50s and 60s. Because that mattered. I'd rather make less money than make more money and having my name attached to a gigantic pile of crap. German cars, Luizo, you ain't gonna tell me that a Mercedes is gonna ride nicer than a Cadillac in the 60s. That's not happening. Have you ever ridden in a Coupe de Ville? You don't even know, dude. But they can all turn. If you guys think anything but the 300 SL Gullwing Mercedes from the 50s is a good handling car, like a Mercedes SL from the 60s, you think that's a good handling car, we need to have a talk. A Mustang can handle better than one of those things. From the 60s, and Mustangs were not great. Their suspension design is a little dookie. Do you know if the taxi job is worth it? The taxi job is cool because you get it. You get a Mercedes. Like, guys, yeah. I think to sum it up, dudes. Sorry, I'm just trying to... I know if we should be playing the game. Like, I'm trying to play the game, but there's no jobs to do. And I don't want to take any... I don't want to take a taxi job or the factory job because you have to... you lose your unemployment, and I don't want to lose my unemployment. Basically, at this point in the save, you just got to wait for the jobs. I think there's a huge untapped market for a type of car that's built very simple, like Slate, for instance. Look at how much press Slate gets because they're trying to do it. Now, whether they can or not, I don't know. Probably not, but they bought an old paper factory to try and scale, which, all right. If they can scale, I'd be surprised. Scaling is difficult. You know, talk is cheap when you don't have when you have no industrial base. Cars from the 50s and 60s had style, not like today's potatoes on wheels. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Cool. That was all of them. Yeah, like I said, car companies are... It's very strange to me because even... I see this even with German cars nowadays, which in the, you know, like the 90s into the 2000s, it was about making a better car than everybody else, right? Like, even BMW and like Audi and whatever. Like, you know... You're a car company that doesn't really care about cars. You're trying to do everything but make a good car, because making a good car is like taboo with brands nowadays. Everybody just makes the same egg because it's safe, right? Like that's, you can blame safety standards, etc., etc. No, I think it's just, I think caring has a lot to do with it. It's easier to sell your brand than your car. Yeah, and that's hilarious because you're a car company, you know. Brand loyalty isn't bought, it's built. That's really important to understand. And it seems like nobody cares about that. And I don't know. I don't like that. I think that's stupid. I think, Dravenzio, dude, I think if somebody, like if Chevy rolled out a car like the Chevy SS, right? Car like the Chevy SS, or, well, for the Australians, a Holden Commodore. You did something like that, and you put anything in it from like the 2.0 turbo the 2.0 turbo that Chevy has from the trucks, all the way up to like an LT4. Any package in between, offering 2-wheel drive or all-wheel drive packages. Just a regular, simple 4-door car. You know, maybe make it so you could get like CarPlay in it. Doesn't need a radio. You have CarPlay, right? Like, you know, something like that. You know, offer a manual transmission, right? Kit bash it from, you know, the Camaro or something. Dude, they'd sell a bajillion of them. It has to be marketed right, too, but... they'd sell a bajillion of them, dude. Yeah, Luiso, it's designed to be put together quickly. It's not designed to be serviceable. Because they want your money, they don't want your loyalty. But they don't realize that if they get your loyalty by making a good product, they'll have your money for an entire generation. This is not rocket science. Henry Ford talked about this in the 20s and the 30s. Like this isn't rocket science. Like, nice hoodie. You ready? I'm ready, Ziza. You might need an intervention. No, I'm good. Yeah, Alex, dude, if I was making a car nowadays, you wouldn't even have a radio in it. Just have a hookup for your phone. And then, yeah, just a hookup for your phone. That's it. And then just a mount on the dashboard to put your phone there. That's it. And with an induction charger. That's all. Everyone has a phone. Everyone has a smartphone. Just put a bunch of speakers in the car, and that's it. You want a radio? Fine. Go buy a radio. Put it on that same thing that you put your phone on. Radios are small nowadays, and just plug that in. What do you think about the possible merger of Tesla and SpaceX? I don't know, man. I'm kind of worried that this is happening a little too fast for my tastes, Isaac. I had brand loyalty to Lumon. Hail Kier. It's not exactly true, not everybody has a phone. I understand that, ARJ, so have a radio that you can buy at the dealership as a bespoke option if you want to, and then just mount that there. Don't put radios in the cars. The whole point, it's not just like, okay, I'm gonna be very clear. The whole point isn't about just making The whole point isn't about just making a simple car, dude. The point of that is that electronics are everywhere. It's at a point where you don't need to design an electronic system like a radio or an entertainment system in your car. You don't need that. You don't need to spend R&D for your car company to do that. There are very easily and obtainable like ways for you to have multimedia in your car that don't involve the car's actual stereo. So you can cut out R&D for making an infotainment system. You don't need that. Everybody has an infotainment system or is accessible. It's accessible. It's something that you can get. You want a radio? Good. Like ARJ, the point that I'm trying to get at is that if you just make the car, like, just make it so it's a Bluetooth speaker. That's it. Just make it a Bluetooth speaker. Hey, Haunted. Yeah, exactly, Louiso. That's what I'm getting at. Dude, we have electronics anywhere. You telling me if we sell a car without a radio, people aren't gonna find a way to put a radio in it? No. You could just go get a radio. They're everywhere. Like, electronics are cheap. The technology seems to go faster than the car dealers can keep up with. That's the other thing, Statlerland. That's the GM thinking that I was telling you guys about. Why put a radio in there? Why do that? It's going to be outdated soon. It's not AM/FM radio anymore. Nobody listens to that. Well, I know people listen to that, but right? So just put a decent sound system in it and a Bluetooth receiver or a plug-in so you could plug in a radio or a phone, and then there you go. I mean, I do too, ARJ, for what it's worth. I still listen to the radio when I'm in the car. Just make the car a Bluetooth speaker. That's all. Bluetooth speakers are everywhere. That technology is notoriously cheap. Just a universal dock. You want to plug a radio into it? Go ahead. The whole idea is to build a nice car and keep the cost of the car down. That's a good way to do that. Yeah, there you go, Louiso. Like, that's the other thing. I would lean into the fact that electronics are everywhere, dude. Or just bring it in-house. You do that too. Vertical integration works if you're scaling for production. There you go, Blark. Interesting. I mean, even if you wanted to make the argument that, I mean, like I said, electronics are cheap, right? And they are. They're super cheap, right? Okay, here's what I'd do. An AM/FM radio. Make a modern version of that right there. But have a Bluetooth receiver in it and a hookup for a headphone, and that's it. That's it. You don't need anything more. Really don't. I mean, and if you want anything more, you'll do it. Make it easy to modify to make it that way. I am the tractor man, Cracky. It looks a lot like the roads you were driving on today. Yep. Think of those poor data miners. Yeah, data miners. Odd job. You know what the funny thing is? I don't need, if I was making cars, I don't need data mining to tell me that that I have a good product, right? That people want to buy it. Virginia Department of Transportation discontinued our AM traffic radio late last year. Driving anywhere north of Clare, Michigan is fun today. Oh, God. Like how big can you? How big does a radio, an AM/FM radio with an antenna need to be? You can make it this big. It's simple. The point is that the cars. Somebody needs to do to the auto industry what SpaceX did to the spaceflight industry. That's the point. It's not about. It's not necessarily about making money. You're just going to make something better than everybody else, and the money will come. I think there's a huge untapped market for that. There's a huge untapped market, and I do not think that legacy automakers see it. They don't see it because that requires taking one modicum or one iota more of risk than what they're comfortable with. Like, oh, we can't take risk. Think of the shareholder. No. Tesla takes risks all the time. How's their stock doing? It's doing pretty good. I mean, it's down today, but that's another story. Yeah, local. That's it, man. I'm trying to say that. You don't need to penny pinch, and you can appease shareholders and not penny pinch at the same time. The legacy, the automakers of yesteryear were a great example of this. But my profits. Like I said, guys, I don't know about you. Like here, let me speak demographically for a second. Look, millennials and Gen Zs, they want authenticity. Why do you think there's so many Starbucks around? You want authentic stuff. You don't want stuff that's corporate, right? Which is funny because Starbucks is that, but you know what I mean? How many like microbreweries do you see people going, oh, this brew is the best beer I've ever had. It's the best IPA that I've ever had. You know, like how many people are like that, dude? That's everywhere. That people are searching for brand for an authentic brand like that. That's a thing. It doesn't matter what demographic it doesn't matter what local demographic it is. You know, south part of the U.S., north part of the U.S., Canadian. It doesn't matter. We're all doing that. We all want the authentic experience. We don't like shitification. Everyone knows about it. It's not rocket science, man. If you tap into the millennial market in the same way that Tesla has, I'm telling you, man, you don't even need to make that crazy of a car. You could do it with something very simple, and you could make tons of money. Put your coveralls on. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I know. I suck. Solo, right? Yeah, how many 20-somethings are there out there that will go to the mom and pop place over a Walmart down? You know what I mean? Like, not trying to dump on Walmart. Like, it is what it is, right? But just an example. Okie dokie. I know about Talo Pyro, yeah. I'm telling you, man, there's a huge untapped market, and you will make money. I would love to do it. I just don't know. I'll admit, I don't know enough about the auto industry to really know it. Maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. Maybe we should try it. You guys want to try making cars? Let's do it. All right, what do we got here? Whoop! We got some bucket seats. All right. Driver and passenger bucket. Not the same style, though. One of them has the stitched yellow. Did you see Jay Leno's vid on the Slate truck? I actually haven't yet. Driver's seat's over here. It's the Bungarus seat. It is the Bungarus. Hot Bungarus. We have 2 driver seats, 2 passenger seats. None of them match. I don't really have brand loyalty as much as model loyalty. I love the Vet. I've had 4 of them. I'd buy the Vet whether Chevy made it or Dodge did. Interesting. Has NASA offloaded their canoes yet? Yes. Yeah, Coltec, I don't trust Slate to be able to scale. Look, making one truck is fine, but like I said, they bought an old paper factory in the middle of nowhere, and they want to make 100,000 units a year. You're not making 100,000 units a year with like a 1,000 square foot factory. That's not happening. Like, it's not that I'm saying, like, Slate is bad or Slate's design is bad. Like, there's a difference between, like, knowing what, like they say they want to make whatever how many trucks they said they wanted to make. I forget. Like, we want to make this many trucks. Where's your factory? Oh, we have an empty building. It's like, okay. Oh, dude. Nice. Love that color. All right, what else we got here? We got another fender. Oh, dude. There's a door with the tan door card. Yeah, baby. I hit a tree, Glitchhound. That's what happened. 5-speed. Hell yeah. And we have the clutch cable to make it work. You like the blue and white paint job. Well, that's all good, but you're getting brown. You can have any paint job you want, John, as long as it's brown. So I believe we have 2 right-hand side doors with the tan door cards. Crap, the duplicate. Oh well. Ooh, that one's got a mirror on it, though. All right. Wait a minute, that's a thing? How many of these have mirrors on them? That has a mirror on it. That's a facelift mirror, though, because it's plastic. That one has a mirror on it, and it's metal. But that one has the tan interior card that I want. See, in real life, I could just take that off of that and put it on there. To make doo-doo, it kept me out of handcuffs. Another freaking Cordoba grill. Looks ridiculous. I hate these things. Do we have any doors with any mirrors here? I wonder if Skidmark had mismatched windows. I don't remember. Radiator fan. Good. Anyway, sorry. I'll stop ranting about cars. It's, yeah. I love cars, and it kills me to see, you know, people that like saving a penny per part. You know, it kills me to see stuff like that. They're McDonnell Douglasing all the brands, dude, and it's showing. An automatic pedal box. We still need the manuals. the manual box, but yeah, we'll save this pedal box in case we ever want to make it an automatic. Otherwise, it's basically just a duplicate part. It is, Nitch. Yeah, it sucks. And yeah, it's just something I'm passionate about, dude. It really kills me to see... Like, it kills me to see, like, Chevy the way it is. You know, I'm saying that as a Ford guy. Like, I don't... Even Ford, like, Ford doesn't make cars. Ford invented the... Well, not invented. Daimler-Benz... Well, Benz, technically, invented the car. But, like... Like, Ford made the car, the automobile, accessible for everybody. You're not making cars? What, are you out of your mind? Oh, we got a boot lid. Sweet. Oh, we got a headlight assembly. Tell me it's a right front. Yes! That's what we need. Yeah, Ford invented the production line. Yeah, exactly. They didn't invent the automobile. They invented mass production and interchangeable parts of automobiles, which is pretty important. I mean, interchangeable parts was an idea that Henry Ford borrowed from the gun industry, but that's another story. Where's the brown spray paint? Guess what time it is? It's time for the browning. Oh, yeah. Something like that, Buxo, yeah. Okay, wiper motor assembly. We do need that. It's so good, Geek. Don't hate, man, don't hate it because it's beautiful. Put the wiper motor down there. It's skid mark 2, man. Water pump pulley, that's good. Hey, we made money with the by pumping out septic tanks to make the car before, and we're gonna do it again. Okay. And we also did it by cutting firewood. What's wood's color? Wood is brown, okay? What's in a septic tank? Poop. What is poop? What's that color? Brown. See, it makes sense. All right? Oh, nice. 5-speed shifter. Okay, I'll give that one to you. It's a witch. Burn it. All right. If I'm remembering correctly, this thing should have a lot. This crate should have a lot of rear suspension parts in it. I don't think it did. Manual pedal cluster. We do need that. Nope. I could have sworn I bought one that had like a bunch of upper control arms in it, dude. Maybe we just haven't gotten that crate yet? We got a center console. Another water pump pulley. Yeah, the Marchetti. You have to go to the store and buy a catalog. It's just basically the classified Solo. Do you think there's an easy way to stack wood to do large cutting missions? What I like to do is park the tractor, position the wood cutter, right? Park the tractor, position the wood cutter, shut the tractor off, stage all the wood, turn the tractor on, turn the PTO on, and then chop all the logs. That is not the fastest way to do it. The fastest way to do it is just to grab the wood as you go. But I take into account that I have to fuel that vehicle. So if it's off while we stage the logs, it means you can get your overall cutting done faster. And you save money that way. I meant to do 2 to 3 loads of logs in one cut cycle. See, Kraken, I haven't figured out a way to do that yet. Because the big problem is that all the wood, right? All the wood basically ends up on the ground, and there's no way to quickly scoop it up with the trailer. There's not more than one trailer in the game, no. Someone who doesn't know anything about this game or cars in general, what would it take to get that car up and running? How many parts are there? There's a lot, Lars. But there's plenty of tutorials out there. When I get all the parts, dude, I'll do another tutorial on how to put it together. Like I said, I know cars. I don't need any help. I'll be able to put this thing together, no problem. In fact, with the exception of valve timing and tuning, because tuning the engine in this game is like super different than tuning it in real life. Yeah, we built a really nice combination last time. What's the PSK bag sitting outside the door? Oh, that ain't no PSK bag. This one has fun in it. I'm storing them outside, dude. Honestly, for a couple of reasons. One, it's explosives. Storing them in a cool, dry place is probably a good idea. Outside is fine. It ain't getting above freezing anytime soon in this game. Secondly, it's really warm in the house. I don't want that in a place that generates heat. Will it do anything? Probably not. I don't trust Topless Gun. I don't trust him. Where'd you get that from? The island. Island house. Can you die by fireworks? Absolutely. Flykin, what I was thinking about doing with the Talbot is putting it on the roof. Putting it on the roof of the garage. Yeah. Gotta control the fire triangle. Amen to that. Is there anything in this game that can't kill you? The engine crane in the shop can't kill you, to my knowledge. Can fireworks burn down the house? Yes. Fall damage can't kill you, surprisingly. I can never forgive him for the death of Hando Bonani. That was a good save, Kralani. Hando Bonani was best. He was truly best player.
Vittujen jumalauta! Helvetti! Vittujen vittu!
Do SIGs increase dirtiness in MSC? No, I don't think
Oi
so.
saatana! Oi vittujen kevättä!
Should put the Talbot on the roof now?
Oi
Nah,
saatana!
just leave it there.
Vittujen vittu! Vittu!
Alright, let's, we can go do that sewage job. It's still the middle of the day. We gotta go get the poo truck, which means we need to take the tractor back into town. It's Tuesday. There's also a new market catalog, so we're gonna go grab that, too. Yeah, let's go. Coffee would probably be a good idea. Make sure the car doesn't clip through the roof. It shouldn't. No, Ando, even if you do damage the Talbot, the tractor, or the poo truck, every time you save, they reset. Stakes in 30 if you don't screw them up. All right, Bree. Yeah, cool. Good to know. It's solved, Immortal. You'll be fine, dude. Just use the thermometer. You got this. You'll fall asleep if you ignore fatigue. You'll fall asleep doing whatever you're doing. Have you seen alien lights in the sky? No. Hang on, guys, I got a message. Come on. Wait, did I put the parking brake on? I did. Nice. Dude, I could have sworn I bought a package that had a bunch of the rear suspension components in it. Could have sworn I did. Unless we have another round of packages in the thoughts on net March for SLS and Artemis 2? Yeah, that's not ideal. But that's not because the vehicle is delayed, Hibbit. It's not that the fixes that they're going to make to the vehicle are going to take very long either. It's just the windows. Have to have proper lighting conditions at the recovery site at the right time. And then the moon has to be in the right place. That only affords you so many times during the month that you can launch. That's cool, man. Are we talking about nuclear fuel, or...? Cool. No, they gotta inspect that TSMU plate, geek. They should be taking off the panel today. Yeah, that's how long has that thing been going on? Okay, I have one sewage job to do. We got to go to the PSK. We got to get another magazine. How are we doing on food here? Okay, good. Sorry about that, guys. The messages. Just wait for him to implement alarm clock batteries. Oh, please, no. I just won't use the damn thing. What time is it? Okay. It's only 5. Let's get the truck fired up. Let's go do that well. Which one is it? Let me make sure I pump the right one this time. Oh, that's the one that's way down over there. I gotta go check the mail flag, and thank you for reminding me. Okay, what time is it? Quarter till. In real life, it's 3:45. Vasya, that's funny. Alright, let's get the truck fired up. Gotta be somewhere. Well, no, Flecken, I wanted to do Space News at 5, right? And I have some messages that I need to talk to some people about some things. I want to try to get that done before Space News. I might take a break today. New here from the Deadly Raid yesterday. What engine is going in your Coronet? Oh, so right now it has a 318 in it. It's a 2-barrel 318. That's the stock engine. I have a 5.7 Hemi from a 2004 Dodge Ram. In fact, I have the entire Dodge Ram outside, and I'm going to take parts off of that thing. And I want a 5.7 Hemi in it. Hot dog. 5.7 Hemi with Eagle heads, and then I want an 8 HP70 behind that transmission. which is it's an 8-speed. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to build that 5.7 out. Yeah, it should be good stuff. I want to build that 5.7 out for about 400 horsepower. A car like that doesn't need anything more. I want to make it fun to drive on the street. You know, 13s or 14s on the drag strip if we really wanted to. And hang on, I gotta get the pneumatic pressure up. 13, 14 on the drag strip, but something that you could drive across the country and really not have to worry about anything. Other than looks and sound, is there actually a difference between equal and unequal headers? Equal length headers give you a little bit, they can breathe a little bit better, and they sound awesome. But yeah, you asked other than sound. Something like that, John, yeah. Are the 5.7s in the Ram the same as the 5.7s in the newer Chargers? Yes. The 5.7, the 6.2, and the 6.4 are pretty much all the same motor for Chrysler's guys. So what I'm gonna do, Guru boys, we're gonna take that sucker, we're gonna take that 5.7 Hemi. I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna get some better heads for it eventually. This is a long-term thing, guys. My first priority right now, dudes, is to get the shell back to stock. And once I do that, guys, I'll be honest, I'm probably going to drive it around just because. I'll probably drive it around with the 318 and the 904 for, I don't know, this summer. Yeah, we can go this way. Drive it around with the stock drivetrain just to compare, you know? And then maybe next winter we'll do the 5.7. That's probably what I'll end up doing. Because I need time to build that Hemi. We need to build it. I need to make sure I got all the right electronics, etc., etc. Yeah, that's going to take some time to make sure I have all the right stuff. There's a lot of unknown unknowns there. And then sourcing the transmission is going to suck. That's going to take some time. And then the standalone transmission controller is expensive. So probably just build it with the 318 for now. Maybe put a 4-barrel on the 318 and then, yeah, drive it. Got to get the new market catalog here. Oh, truck's also at a quarter tank. We might want to fill it. Gas tanks on the side. You gotta drive it in. Oh, come on. Yeah, it's funny how that works, Flacken, huh? Truck's at a quarter tank. How many liters is that truck's tank? I totally forget. I think 800 marks should be good. I think. Off topic, but for Artemis, other than the SRBs, do we know what parts of the GSE are sensitive to cold weather? The tail service mast umbilical might be. $300-liter tank. Thank you, of course. Nothing, Darth. They went silent, which I'm... not good. But they have time. They don't have to tell us urgently because they're not launching anytime soon. But I was reading the other day, dudes. Interesting thing. It's possible we will, if it launches in March, we could get a day launch. Oh. Yeah, but you also have a fast fill pump, Enoch. There we go. How much did that run us? 700. Perfect. 800 was pretty spot on in my assessment. That didn't take too long. I need a Marchetti. You guys want a couch? Hey, lady. Yeah. Balls. All right, what time is it in game? Yeah, it's getting up to bedtime. Let's just we have a full tank of gas with the truck. We'll oops, I threw the bag over the truck. Whoops. Oh yeah. Goes there. Rear lights, we don't need those. All right, let's do this. Oh no, we're just gonna go to the apartment. I was thinking we could do the job now, but we'll fall asleep before that happens. And SLS during the day would rule layers. That'd be super cool.
Vittujen perkele!
Actually, let's move this here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Multitasking.
Saatana.
Even though we're still wearing clothes.
Saatana.
Gotta get that sweat.
Helvetti, saatana. Vittu. Voi saatana. Jumalauta. Ei saatana. Vittu. Helvetti. Vittu.
All right, Marchetti time. All right, let's take a look. What do we have? Rivet parts for cheap. Air duct, radiator fan, GT exhaust. Thermostat housing, headlight, center console. Already have all of those. Rear bench, head gasket, heat pipe, front bumper, clutch disc, passenger bucket. Already have all of that. Pile of stuff that I don't need. Pile of stuff I don't need. Tested parts. Crankshaft, Right door manual Petters GT stick heat pipe backrest. The backrest is something that I need, but it's not for 700 marks, or almost 800 marks. I sell parts for cheap. Parcel shelved, oil pump, radio, carburetor, auxiliary shaft, center console. For 170, we need the oil pump. Carb would be fine, but we're probably going to buy that. I already have an aux shaft, and I already have a center console. I already have a radio. I already have a parcel shelf. You know what? We'll buy the oil pump. I don't need that. From inventory, headlight, crank, right upper arm. I need a right upper arm. Driver's seat, rear link, or right link. I already have a right link. Dash top. Not for 900, that's for sure. Fix your rivet with these. Clutch cable, I already have that. I already have a cam. I already have a wiper motor. I do not have a timing belt, but I'm buying that. I'm going to buy that from Fleetari. I already have a boot lid. I already have an air filter. Next one. Headlight, dashboard mount. I already have the headlight. I already have the dashboard mount. I already have the grill that I want. I need a radiator. We don't have that. I have a flywheel, and I have the brake cylinder that I want. Okay, non-assorted parts. Fix your rivet with these. I already have a headlight. I already have the grill. I don't need the carb. I'm going to buy it. I already have the front bumper I want. I already have the headlight. I already have a grill. Man, we're striking out here. Crank pulley. I think we need one of those. I already have a starter. I need an auxiliary pulley. 2 fenders and a fuel pump. $850. Ugh. Random. Original SLX rims for $440. Spares. Bargain price. Right link. Already have that. I do not have a drive shaft. I have a thermostat. I have a starter. I have the right link, and then I have a right headlight. But for $270 for the drive shaft, that's not bad. Oh, man. This Marchetti sucks, dude. Let's do that. So 04950-512. I guess the rest of what we can do now is just go through all the cheap randos. Just buy a bunch of Gamba boxes. Yeah, can you imagine, Rares, if we get four barrels, the 2 side drafts?
Tervamäen Erkki. Joo?
Oh?
No, kyllä. Kyllä se löytyy tuolta. Kauan on asia tuolta arkistoista.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a piss while this guy's talking.
Merkki. Rivet, korris, etut, 1, 4. Joo, tuo löytyy. Joo. Miten niin, että on toimivia? Vittu, minä sä tuo pidät? Saatana! Perkele, saatana! Vittu, kun mä yritän täällä kaupata, sehän on luulet, että perkele, sä luulet, että mä kauppatakin vitun paskana täällä. Poistuu kielenkäyttöni. Noniin. Joo. Meillä on tasarahaa sitten. Ei mä ala edes tinkimään. Tää on tarpeeksi hyviä. Joo, sillä mennään. Tästä lähetän nää. Noniin. Moro. Vittu.
Guys, why don't you hang up the phone? Jeez. All right. Recycling rivet junk parts, 290, right up at the top.
Joo, Pekka. Kyllä. Niin, se oli myynnissä. Hinta on erittäin se, mikä se onkin. Hinta on tiukka. Ei tuu alennusta. Kyllä. Laita tiedot ja minä laitan tulemaan. Selvä. Haista itse.
What's the light on the wall over there? I think there's a car driving by. All right, where's the next random that's for cheap? Non-assorted rivet parts. 170. I don't know, Sun Temple. I don't know if that makes a difference. Maybe the time of day that you called, change it, like the customer will get mad. Like, the buyer will get mad if you, like, you're bound to get like a crazier call if you call in the middle of the night. I wouldn't be surprised if this game did that.
Joo. Selvä. Minä laitan.
Wow, that guy didn't have much to say, huh? In the 90s, anything after around 9 p.m. is an insult. All right, what next? Every one of these is super expensive. Garage cleaning, there it is. Yeah, we'll do that one, probably do that one, and then that one. We'll do these, we'll get all 4 of those. That'll put us at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boxes for this haul. There's one at 210, and the other one is at 270. Yeah, but those are parts that are, they're all duplicates.
Tervamäen Erkki. Joo. Joo, kyllä. Kyllä se löytyy tuolta.
The same guy.
Kauan on asia tuolta arkistoista. Ei mitään, mikä se oli se merkki? Rivet, korris, etkut.
Boris.
Joo, tuo löytyy. Joo. Miten niin, että on toimivia?
Are you gonna straight buy the upgraded parts? Upgraded.
Vittu kun mä oon yritän täällä kaupata, sehän on luulet, että sä perkele sun uudet mä kauppatakin vitun paskana täällä.
Damn, dude, calm down.
Poistuu kielenkäyttöni. Noniin. Joo. Meillä on tasarahaa sitten. Ei mä ala edes tinkimään. Tää on tarpeeksi hyviä. Joo, sillä mennään. Tästä lähetän nää. Noniin. Moro. Vittu paskia.
He mad. I'm gonna call this guy down here. Maybe we'll buy the SLX rims too.
Moskun mutteri, hyvää päivää. Taino, entinen Moskun mutteri. Mulla on totuus on se, että mun yritys on nyt ajatunut konkurssiin. Mä en enää harjoita mitään yritystoimintaa tällä toimitimellä. Itse asiassa on vähän semmonen kipeä tilanne, että mulla on tätä auton varaosia ja vaikka mitään tavaraa ihan hirveesti, mutta pitäis päästä niistä hyvin äkkiä eroon, kun kävi semmonen töppä tossa, kun mä olin vielä yrittäjä ja myin osia, niin sitten mä en oikein näitä veroja maksanut kovin hirveesti ja sitten viranomaiset sai tietää ja se pelottava verokarhukin sai tietää sen, että mä en oo veroja maksanut, niin mun on nyt semmonen paha tilanne. Ja sitten kun oli mulla vielä vauhti päällä, niin mä otin eri pankilta paljon lainaa. Ja sit mä en oo pystynyt maksaa sitä takaisin, niin nyt nekin huohottaa mun niskassa ja pelottaa ihan saatana.
Oh yeah, Shinobi.
Joutuu kakulaan kohta menemään, että tästä mun pitää hävittää kaikki todisteet, että mitä yritystä on koskaan ollutkaan, niin mä annan näitä mun auton osia nyt puoleen hintaan. On kuule aika hyvä diili, että Joo, Kornis-rivetin osia löytyy oikein hyviä osia, että Moskun mutterihan niin, on siitä tunnettu, että aina laatu osia hyvä hinta. Mutta oli kato semmonen juttu, mä kerron pienen tarinan, että kun mä oon yritystoimintaa peitellyt tässä niin kesäaikaan, kun tuossa mun Moskun mutterin toimipisteen vieressä meni tommonen joki, niin mulla oli tapana hävittää jokeen kaikkia myymättömiä autonosia, niinku renkaita ja muita. Ja mä lähti siellä kivasti kevättulvien mukana ja vei ne pois silmistä ne osat. Ja sehän oli sillä siistiä, että jos ei mitään osia näy, niin ei oo sitten mitään ongelmaakaan. Mut sit mä tajusin, että näistähän vois vielä vähän tiedätä vähän
You have to listen to the whole call or else it doesn't go through.
Mä jättiin ilmoituksen tuonne Kansalaisen markettilehtiin, että joku vois muuten osaa.
Hey, Fopace, what's up?
Ei niitä kaikkea jokeen tarvittu.
Johnny, what's going on?
Niin. Joo, että niinku joka tapauksessa niin hyviä osia on kuule. Sano vaan mitä haluut, niin minä toimitan ne. Ei nyt joen kautta voi toimittaa, kun on talvi ja joki on jäässä, niin ei tuu vesiteitse, mutta kyllä se jollakin. Minä ne anonyymisti laitan postin kautta tulemaan sulle, niin sä sitten saat ne. Ja tää puhelu on ohi, niin me ei koskaan pietty tätä keskustelua, etkä ole koskaan kuullut mistään Moskun mutterista, että tää pitää vaan meidän välisenä tietona. Ja meidän turvallisuuden eduksi, niin ei tarvitse
My seat reclines.
ei tarvitse poliisien ja viranomaisten kanssa sitten taistella ja se verokarhu voi kuule pihavaraa, se on pelottava. Älä kuule ikinä sillä laisuuttelemaan. Mutta joo, mieleen tästä Piti Raimon kanssa nyt jonne vähän kalaan, niin vähän rentoutumaan tässä. Ei kun siis minä, siis ei kalaa, vaan pilkkimään lähdetään tästä, että kiitos kun soititte Moskun mutteriin ja hyvää päivän jatkoa.
Oh, I'm awake.
Saatana. Kuka siellä soittaa tähän aikaan? Tajut sä yhtään mitä kello on? Mitä sä haluut? Auton osia. Rivetti. Oi saatana. Näin. Vittu mä haluun päästä niistä eroon. Oon katsellut niitä jo pitkään. Vie kaikki tilaa tuolta autotallista. Vieläkö sä oot siellä? Ai niin. Sä haluut ostaa, niin olisit heti sanonut. Perkele mulle se koko päivä aikaa. Joo, hinta mikä se on, niin lähetä vaan rahat niin
Oh, look, another one.
auton osat sulle sitten tulee. Tai tuu saatana.
You getting sick, Fopace? Sorry, man. Yeah. Get some pop up, man. It was my lifesaver when I got sick.
Työvien vapaa päivä. Mä en nyt tee mitään. Ota. Oliks se toi? Kuppilassa pitää käydä. Jos se oli se Pekan tapainen juopoika. Se siirtymässä mun pitää lähteä tästä. Ai saatana. Tulee. Kyllä.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I've been trying to multitask here. I know it's not the best streaming content. I think we got everything that we need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6 crates. Good. Let's go check to see if there's any more that got delivered. Have you seen these NASA technical notes? Ooh. You get your steak yet? No. Nothing. Just some cold, nothing bad. Yeah, alright. Can you pee in the kill you bucket? I have no idea, dude. Ah, yeah.
Ai, ai, ai.
You can go back to sleep. Veg. Okay, let's go do this. We'll go do the poop truck job. It's no big deal. Let's roll. Where's the pig man? Is he different than Uncle? He's in one of the other rooms at the same place that Uncle is. I got it, Rares. Thank you. Come on. I've lost count, Pigeon. I have no idea, dude. Night Sun Temple. That's why I fixed this one, Pigeon. Yeah, I fixed this headset. So, guys, I'm not talking because I'm trying to pay attention to the truck. The food truck is kind of full. It's not all the way full, but we're carrying a heavy load here. If you slide into the ditch, you're not getting the truck out. So, I'm just making sure we're, you know, not sliding it into the ditch, you know. Heavy load, food truck, yeah, get it? You would say we're carrying a crap load? Yep. Any patches for the game? I don't think so. I gotta pump out a septic tank on the other side of the map. It's a little bit of a trip, but 14 logs, Taylor. Yeah, I'd sing the song, guys. We gotta change the lyrics. So it's gotta be like, he found a dime on the sidewalk, and he's eating turducken. Something like that. It's gotta be something like that. We don't want to get sued. Southbound and Brown, going to pump septic. We're gonna suck up all your poop. It's got number 1 on the charts written all over it. Guy's stuck. Alright, turn's coming up. Really, Solo? Huh. Alright. Turn is right here. There we go.
Ei saatana! Ugh.
MSC had more of a reason to roam in the game world to hunt the parts. Hope Thomas can figure something out. Now everything is found from PSK, so there's no need to go look. Oh yeah, like Holland Rex and stuff. Dude, something tells me he'll add that stuff back in, dude. Yes, John. Oh, you can fall in the septic well. Absolutely. Don't tell that guy I'm peeing on the side of his house. Nothing. I was thinking about, like, what would be the closest thing, like, American-made version of the Gifu. It's already got an American engine in it, so I'm sure we could find a 6x2 truck, but can we find a 6x2 cab over, you know? Why not pee in the sewage? Well, that's for poop. Yeah, we need to find an old cab over.
Jaa, se näyttäisi olevan valmis nyt. Otas rahatteesta.
Yeah, that might work. Oh, force, yeah, something like that. Oh, there you go, nothing. Yeah, I'm sure we can find it. But yeah, we have to find something that's close to the Gifu, you know? Alright, let's, actually, hold on, let me check the levels. We might have to empty this thing. Oh, no, we, I think we can do one more well with that. Might just want to empty it. Okay, parking brake. Oh, seatbelt. We're in one low. Don't go that way. I got the truck stuck over. Why did it stall? The clutch is in. Seatbelt on, parking brake out, we're in one low, go. I just filled this thing. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, there's definitely something. Yeah, find something like that. Paint the dang thing like the Gifu. That'd be funny as hell, dude. Train tracks. Okay. Tree did, brownies. No, not like a tree like the other saves. I have not been over to the ski jump. We got a lot of good parts, Shazbert, but yeah, the gift, the Marchetti today was not great. I got some randoms coming. Drops have been okay. We're still missing a lot of parts. Front suspension parts are not popping in the magazine. That's kind of annoying. The bus driver needs a new line of work. Ain't the truth. Have I driven something as complicated as the Gifu in real life? No, I don't have a CDL. I've never driven a truck this big. I probably could, and I'd probably be fine, but I need a special driver's license to do that thing. There's a car next to me. I'm just making sure he doesn't run into me. Because I'm trying to take this corner. You can roll it, and if you roll it, it's going to be tough to get that thing to come back. No, we could probably do one more. I'm just worried because I pumped the wrong well. We may have pumped a little bit extra, so we might not be able to fit another one in, but it should be fine. Like, you don't want to go halfway pump someone's septic and then come back and, yeah. See if we have any other packages in. Nope, just a bill. Okay, guys, that's going to do it for part 2 for attempt number 4. I gotta take some time here. I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, it's just going to be parts grinding for a little while, but I'll see if we can do it as quick as possible. I'm trying to min-max like the Marchetti and timing it right and doing the jobs, etc., making sure we won't gamble any money, you know? But yeah, on YouTube, stand by for loss of signal. On Twitch, we'll get ready for Space News here. I gotta make a couple of phone calls, guys, and then Brimo made supper, so I'm gonna go grab that. I might just shut the stream for like a half hour, and go from there, dudes. Maybe we could put, you know what, I'll put a video on the Twitch side of things. On the YouTube side of things, stand by for loss of signal. On Twitch, I'll put a video on or something, and yeah, we'll go from there. Be right back in a moment.